Dear friends, good morning. My name is Mila Malaireu, and I'm the Executive Director of the American Chamber of Commerce in Moldova, a major business association and business community in the country. For 14 years, I'm serving this business community by engaging in a public-private dialogue. Fighting for business and advocating on behalf of businessmen has been never an easy job in Moldova. However, what I perceive to be the most challenging duty in my daily routine is managing a team. A small team of 5, but very professional, goal-driven, very ambitious, young, restless, very publicly visible, and constantly hunted people. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to AmCham Human Resources Management Conference, a forum where we develop abilities to manage people and organizations in the changing world. I'm very proud to say that AmCham HR Management Conference is a preferred and awaited event in HR for HR professionals, for business owners, for managers, for chief executive officers. This event is being hosted by the American Chamber of Commerce for 4th consecutive year, and so far it has been attended by hundreds of participants. Friends, today is the 4th Thursday of November, which means that our American friends around the globe are celebrating Thanksgiving Day. They are celebrating it in a very simple manner. They get together, they eat, drink, and they express gratitude. Very simple and meaningful manner. We've made it a tradition already to organize HR Management Conference on Thanksgiving Day, because we believe that spreading knowledge, sharing best practices, finding new ways to develop and innovate in HR is very, very meaningful. That's why I would like to use this occasion to thank all of you who are contributing to this event. Speakers, participants, logistics team, event management team, all of you are very valuable for us to make this event a success every year. 2 things I would like you to remember about AmCham. First thing is that AmCham is a very large business community. Currently, it encounters 140 companies, and these companies employ altogether more than 25,000 employees. This means that this community is a big generator of jobs and financial supporter of households. So whatever will be learned today to create new jobs or to create more income in those jobs will be a greater support to those households. The second thing is that AmCham is hosting the largest forum of HR professionals in the country. And this is AmCham HR community. It is a very dynamic and very consolidated community, and we are very proud of the activity it develops. We have 2 co-chairs of this community. This is Svetlana Bodach and Elena Ivanova, and you will meet later on during this conference with 2 brilliant ladies, and I'm sure you will be happy to find their talent. I would like to thank the general sponsors of the American Chamber of Commerce. These are 4 companies that are generously contributing to all of activities. This is Fincom Bank, this is NCH Advisors, Moldova Growing Bank, and SEBO. Pandemic actually has limited us in the possibilities to get together in larger events and feel that unique vibe and atmosphere of larger gatherings. However, I believe that it has been fully compensated by the possibility to develop new regional cooperations. So I would like to thank the peers from the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine, in Slovenia, and in Serbia for the contribution to the organization of this event. And I would like to, of course, welcome all the participants that are participating in this conference on behalf of respective organizations. Well, I would also like to expand my gratitude to Metro Company for being the sponsor of this conference, but not only. I would like to thank Vadim and his HR team in the constant contribution they are developing and deploying to the activity of HR committee. Last, but definitely not least, I would like to thank our knowledge partner, Moldova, part of CG Global Group. And now it is the moment to present you the representative of Moldova company, HR director at Moldova, and the facilitator of this conference, Svetlana Bodach. Svetlana is the driver and the soul of HR committee. Svetlana is a major contributor to whatever HR committee is doing. Of course, Svetlana has been part of the organizational group for the preparations of this conference. Organizational and inspirational group together with Elena Buzo, Elena Ivanova. Of course, what is the most important is that Svetlana is always very generously sharing all her extensive knowledge and experience in HR, in implementation and design of very complex HR strategies. And I think that all the HR community is very thankful to what you are doing, Svetlana. So I wish you good luck in facilitating this conference. I'm sure it will be a very vivid event. And I wish you a very stable internet. I wish us a very stable internet. So let it go. Svetlana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mila. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear guests, I'm honored to open the 4th HR conference organized by American Chamber of Commerce, the unique platform that unites yearly the professionals on the Moldovan market. And this year, this is a very special opportunity to meet, to learn, and to share the best practices with all our colleagues from different countries, so becoming an international conference. This year was one of the most challenging in all our lives. We as HR leaders, together with our teams of HR and managers and leaders from our companies, have faced a new era. We have had our strategies set from the last year conference and from our company strategies. But that means agility, change management. When something appears, we need to quickly adapt ourselves. We need to take care of all our resources. And as it has been mentioned during last week, national event, Moldova Business Week, another important event, all the speakers, all the investors, local, current, and potential, have mentioned and stressed that the most important things and the most valuable resource to take care in order to have successful operations and performance, these are people, our people. So that was the challenge and is continuously to be the care of our people and our operations during current times, during this year. And I'm proud to recognize and to thank once again, as we are in the Thanksgiving Day, to thank once again all the colleagues that we successfully managed in all our companies to personal relationships through our personal contacts and professional platforms to go over and to ensure and lead the change management of this year. So, for us as HR, for us as leaders, for the leaders that are with us now in the working conference. I welcome all the colleagues from all around the countries and the world. My colleagues from Nepal, my colleagues from Ukraine, from Poland, from Serbia, from Romania. And just together, only together, we will succeed to go forward. I want to thank my HR team and my company. I want to thank all our customers, all the stakeholders of our businesses, yours and ours, and to ensure that we will continue this path. I want to welcome and to thank the leaders and the managers that today and tomorrow will share from the best practices. And I'm delighted and honored to open and welcome the first panel, the leadership track, the panelists that are exciting people, delighted managers, exampleful, and proud to announce and welcome Eugen Commandant, the Chief Operating Officer from Purcari Wineries, and Elena Naumescu, the Country Manager of Philip Morris. Dear directors, thank you very much for being with us together, regardless of the challenges that you have. And let me welcome the first speaker of the panel, Mr. Eugen Commandant. As I mentioned, the Chief Operating Officer of Purcari Wineries, who has a very special story. He is one of us. He has a professional experience over 15 years in different industries. He was leading and he was holding the leadership role in the Virgin Mobile company, responsible as commercial director for Middle East and Africa, spending his time and acquiring experience in Oman. He has acquired the other experience in Netherlands in the ACN company as European Product Director. And he, as one of the few of ours, of Ainoștri, he decided to come back to the country to contribute, to grow, and to prove that we can and we should invest here. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Purcari Wineries, and during the last 1.5 years, he succeeds to lead a special team. He is responsible for driving the execution, for strategy designing of the company, and for cooperation, leading, coaching the support functions as marketing, sales, HR, legal, merger and acquisition, investor relations. He will share from his experience as a leader how he ensures the operational success in these times and what is the success of a great leader in cooperation with HR to ensure these results. Dear Eugen, the floor is yours. Welcome.
time, their value increases. Employees become more knowledgeable, they acquire new skills, and they develop a larger...
Eugen?
Yes?
Just a second. We need to ensure that everybody hears.
Sure.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, please.
Fantastic.
If
Okay.
we can, yes, because it happened something. If we can start from the previous.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Am I good now?
Yes. Very
Am I good?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
all right. Let me then take a few steps back. I guess my general purpose here today is to make sure that I contribute to this forum, that I contribute to the, passing the knowledge, some of the things that have been helpful to me in my career and in becoming a better leader over time. So looking at generally at any assets that sit on our balance sheet, be them fixed assets or be them current assets, they will generally depreciate in time. When we look at human resource assets, and I'll call them assets today because human resources, they are an asset to the company. In fact, we realize that human resources, they actually appreciate in time. Their value increases in time. People in an organization become more skilled, more knowledgeable, and they acquire a wider and a larger sense of commitment towards a company as time passes. Now, the human resources, the human asset, it does not sit on a balance sheet. We do not see it. We do not manage it on a balance sheet. However, when we manage what's on our balance sheets, the assets that are on our balance sheets, we give quite a bit of attention and a very structured approach. It's a very scientific approach on how we manage those assets. And a company has any company has a goal of increasing those assets and eventually increasing its net equity. When we look at human resources, are we applying the similar structures, similar tools, similar frameworks, and similar scientific approach as we are for the non-human resources? Now, of course, there are many structures and tools and processes that are being applied very successfully in the HR management area. But when we speak about motivation, when we speak about creating a climate in an organization, a positive climate, when we speak about creating a culture, a positive culture in an organization, do we rely on certain frameworks, on certain scientifically proved tools that we as leaders can apply? Now, today, I would not like to go in showing certain techniques of how to motivate employees and people in your organization, but rather I'd like to talk about some fundamentals that will enable you to do that. The first one that I'd like to bring forward is the 6 leadership styles that have been put forward by Daniel Goleman. It's one of my favorite authors, and I invite any of you to pick up his books. I'm sure many of you being involved in HR management have read one of his books at one point. Now, in one of his books, in a book called Primal Leadership, he brings up 6 leadership styles. And when you look at them, they do something that we're familiar with. The first one is the visionary style. It's basically a leader that will show the way, a leader that will show the top of the mountain, will explain to his team why they have to get there, and will mobilize his team to follow him without actually having to push. They will follow him. The message here is basically, come with me. There's a democratic leadership style. This is a style that invites people to join at the decision table. It invites people to participate in the decision-making process. And in fact, it's a very, very useful and very efficient style to get buy-in from team members, especially in difficult projects, in long projects that eventually will extend with people, and you need their initial buy-in. There's the coaching style. I'm sure you're familiar with this. It's a leadership style that focuses on developing people. You know the saying, don't bring the man the fish, bring him the tools to catch the fish. Well, this is a style that will focus on the people, on developing the people, for them to then be able to perform the tasks and their work in the organization at a better level. There is the affiliative leadership style. And this is a style that a leader will focus on the people first. This is a leader that will show active interest in the well-being of people, will actually show active interest in the well-being of the family of the people that he manages, will get to know their families. There is the pace-setting leadership style. It's a style where the leader will start to march at a high pace. Usually it requires, there's a certain need for this style. There are times when the marching at high speed is required, and the leader is setting the pace. He's involved with his team, he's there with his team, and he demands that the team run at the same pace as he does. Then there is a dictatorial. Unfortunately, I'm sure all of us have come across this leadership style, and it's a style that is more known as being the boss. And the message here is, I'm the boss, and I will tell you how to do it, when to do it, and you have to do it now. Now, a seasoned leader is none of any of these. Of course, someone that's more visionary will generally be able to generate more from his team, because he creates that intrinsic motivation, which is far stronger than any extrinsic motivation that can motivate people. But a very seasoned leader, he's actually one of all of these. Of course, with a more predominance of the positive leadership styles, which would be the first four, the visionary, democratic, coaching, and affiliative. Now, look, this sounds a bit technical, but those that know me, they know that I do like a good framework, and I definitely like to quantify things and to put things in structures that are applicable not only in my presence, but is applicable when I'm not around and in the wider organization. So to me, this is something that I believe you can take and you can apply from today. Now, we speak about these 6 leadership styles, and obviously they affect the organizational climate. Now, when we speak about organizational climate, again, what do we define as organizational climate? Do we have any measures? Are we able to identify what are the drivers that define this organizational climate? And in fact, yes, we can. So this research, the one that have identified the 6 leadership styles and the one that has identified the 6 measures or drivers of an organizational climate, has been done by a consultancy company called Hay McBurr. It was in the late 90s, and they have, from a pool of 20,000 leaders, C-level executives, they've picked up close to 4,000 of them, and they have followed the actions and the impact of these leaders on their organizations, on their team around them. And they were basically able to identify these 6 leadership styles that, in a way, cover the spectrum of the styles that a leader can employ. And they've defined these 6 measures of organizational climate that a leader impacts. And again, these are very intuitive, but it's about the intuition being transformed into a framework. So intuitively, one of them is flexibility. Basically, it's how flexible are people in an organization, how flexible they are to innovate, to do things the way they perceive to be the best way. The level of responsibility that employees feel towards a company, the level of standards that people set for themselves in that organization, the perception of rewards that is present in an organization. And here's the perception of rewards, not necessarily monetary, but rather also non-monetary. The way the feedback is being given, the way certain successes are being celebrated together and are being rewarded. The level of clarity that employees have about where is the company going, about its mission, about its vision, and the overall general sense of commitment that employees have towards a company. Now, we may look at this and say, look, this is great. Of course, we want to create a great climate in our organization. But then the question is, but why? Aren't most of the time shareholders, aren't they more interested in the value that we create for them through the performance of the companies that we lead? Well, in fact, the research shows that in a success of a company, the climate of that company will contribute to 1/3, on average, to 1/3 of the company's success. So us being good leaders and being good motivators, it's not only about creating a certain good feeling or a good climate around us, but we as HR practitioners can influence the ultimate success or not of a company. That's why these are very important. These are important frameworks to talk about. Now, we look at these frameworks, and of course, beyond these frameworks, there are many other tools and structures and processes that we know of and we want to apply. But do we always take into consideration the wider cultural setting that we operate in? Do we look at the overall culture of a society that a company is part of? Because eventually the culture of a society will penetrate the culture of a company. And there will be an amalgamation of the culture that we as leaders create in an organization and the culture that is the norm in a society. Now, would it be great? Oh, pardon me. So going back just before I'm going to the cultures, I have one more slide here. And indeed, I will start with, wouldn't it be great? Now, I've spoken about the leadership styles, and I've mentioned the 6 organizational climate dimensions. Now, wouldn't it be great for us to have a quantifiable view of how each of these leadership styles affects each of the dimensions of an organizational climate? I think that would be fantastic. And in fact, we can. The same research that I mentioned from Hay and McBurr, they've actually quantified the effect that leaders have on organizations. And those that are familiar with statistics, so +1 is a perfect positive correlation, and a -1 is a perfect negative correlation. Here we can actually see the correlation of the leadership styles that we as leaders apply, how it affects the overall climate in an organization. And from here we can see that if we are predominantly a visionary leader, then we know that in the long run, we will have a positive, with a very high correlation, a positive impact on the organization, on its climate. And if we are predominantly a dictatorial leader, then in the long run, we will have a detrimental effect on the climate in an organization. And as I've mentioned, when we have a detrimental effect on a climate in an organization, this will also impact the financial results, the operating performance of a company. And us as leaders, again, we need to, first of all, be aware of such a framework, and then strive to be that leader that instantly knows what style of leadership is applicable in a certain settings in that specific moment, because even the dictatorial and the pace-setting approaches, they do have their merits. Even the dictatorial for the short run, maybe it's required, to snap out a team out of a comfort zone and get them moving again. Perhaps it's required. But we need to embrace all of these leadership styles and use them as part of us interacting with our teams. Now, moving on to the to the culture that I was mentioning, to the fact that we are operating in a larger culture, and we are looking from a perspective of what we can do to affect the people around us. But we know that the people that we are trying to affect and to mobilize, they are part of a society. They are part of a society that has certain norms and a culture at its fundamentals. Now, wouldn't it be great if we could also measure, give it some kind of metrics to the culture? Can we describe a culture in numbers? Now, yes, we can. A psychologist by the name of Geert Hofstede, a Dutchman, unfortunately, he passed away in February this year at the age of 91. He was a psychologist, and in his times at IBM in the 80s, so this is quite some time ago, but still very applicable. In the 80s, he was tasked with giving certain tools and certain frameworks to managers and leaders at IBM to be able to manage the business units overseas, IBM back then being a very large company and a large multinational. And for these managers to have a framework, not as a trial and miss, let's try this, let's see if it works, have a clear framework that defines the different cultures and allow managers to apply certain tweaks in the way they manage people based on those cultures. Well, he has defined initially 4 dimensions of a culture, of a society culture, yeah, of a country. After that, he added another 2. Now his work is being taken over by his son, Gert-Jan Hofstede, and is still relevant today. Now, the first one is power distance. I will go through them very quickly. I'm leaving some text here, but again, some of them are very intuitively understandable. So power distance is the distance between powers, be it from the distance between a president and a citizen, being the distance between a manager and the employee. So, for example, in very high power distance societies, if we can take China, for example, the employee does not leave the office until the manager, the boss, has left the office. In very low power distance societies, like the UK, for example, the manager and the employee, they'll go for a beer after work, and they'll know each other's families. So this is one difference that is actually very applicable in the HR management. And there are many other implications of all of these dimensions, even with how the feedback is given, performance reviews, and so on, the way targets are set. So these are important dimensions that a leader should be aware of. The next one is a dimension of individualism versus collectivism. Intuitively, think of USA, which is an individualistic society, versus the South America, for example. Then we have the masculinity versus femininity dimension. In a masculine society, the participants or the members of this society, they will reward this strive for achievement, for success, for amassing material wealth. While in a feministic society, there will be less attention given to that, but more towards how are we enjoying life? Are we humble? Do we have etiquette? Then there's uncertainty avoidance. Uncertainty avoidance, in fact, is very much used in marketing, because on one hand, it's the level of adversity that people have towards uncertainty, so how far they want to stay away from it, but also it's, in other words, how much information do people need to make a decision? That's why I said it's in marketing, because, for example, ads, they will be done differently in this market versus another market where information will be given or not. But again, it's very important for HR practitioners to take account of this, to understand how uncertainty averse is an employee. Then the last 2, these are the long-term orientation versus short-term orientation, and there's indulgence versus restraint. These 2 dimensions are in fact a bit opposite. So a society that's more long-term oriented, thinking more about the future, they'll be more restrictive today, and the opposite. A society that's more focused on the short term, they will allow themselves to be more indulgent in present moment. Again, for HR practitioners, these are intrinsic drivers of how people act. And understanding these dimensions is very important, because when we want to motivate, and we want motivation is, there's the intrinsic and extrinsic. Extrinsic is all the monetary and other rewards that we give our people. And then, but really the real motivation is the one intrinsic. And when we want to spark this intrinsic motivation, we need to be aware of what makes these people. And we're all made of the culture that we grew up in. So that's why being aware of this cultural dimension is very important. However, we speak about different frameworks, different structures, different tools, and we apply them to our setting, right? So if you think about the information that we consume, I'm sure all of us here, by simply the fact that we are present at this conference, we all are practitioners that want to develop. We want to grow, we want to become better leaders. And obviously we consume a lot of information, and we learn about different tools and techniques of how we can motivate people. But why being aware of cultural dimensions is so important? Because when we take certain knowledge and certain techniques and tools, and we want to apply in our setting, is it applicable in the culture that we operate in? And let me give you an example. So here you see the chart that describes the US culture. So as you can see, on the power distance scale, US scores around 40. US is quite an individualistic society. So on the individualism scale, it will score around 90. Moderate for masculinity, still a very driven society. There is a medium aversity to uncertainty. The long-term orientation is low, so people are more focused on the short-term, and because of that, the level of indulgence is higher. Now, we consume a lot of the content, we listen to the motivational leaders, and we read books that are written by authors and are expressed by thought leaders from the United States. But I'm speaking from Chisinau today, from Republic of Moldova. Now, can I apply everything blindly in the society that I operate in? Well, let's see. Let me put Moldova on this chart. And as you can see, that Moldova is quite different than the United States. Not worse, not better, it's just different. And then you can see that on the power distance, Moldova scores very high, 90, which means that the members of the society, the norm is to perceive a high distance of power between the president and the citizens, and perhaps also between the manager and the employees. It's their expectations. It's what they expect to see around them, is the norm. It's fairly low on individualism. We're quite a collectivist society. Lower masculinity than the United States. Very high on uncertainty avoidance. People do not like uncertainty. They want to know what's happening around them. They want to know the future. When they make decisions, they will read the fine print. Medium high on long-term orientation, and very low on indulgence. So people are quite restrictive in indulging life. Thinking of more of the future, they're becoming more restrictive in the short term. Now, obviously, there's a difference between these two cultures. And in fact, research shows that matching HR practices to local culture, including based on these dimensions, will make those HR practices more palatable, more acceptable by the members of a team, by the employees, and in the long run will become more effective. And what's important for us, it's important that we apply techniques and tools and structures and frameworks that are effective. That's why taking into account the cultural setting that we operate in is very important. And I, from experience, I can tell you that having activated in Western Europe, in Middle East, now in Moldova, there is a very high difference in culture. We all know it, but what's important is to actually be able to see it on a chart. Now, isn't that amazing? Now, it's very important that we look at this kind of, and this is of course not the only, the many different frameworks and tools that create the fundamentals of us being good leaders. And it's important that we look at this because we have a profession. When we're leaders, when we're HR practitioners, we have a profession. And our profession is to manage people. And in managing people, we need to create the best value out of them and also create environment that is beneficial for the people that we manage. And one more thing that I'd like to mention before I'll end my presentation. That us as leaders, we need to learn how to let go. And let me explain this for a bit. So us as leaders, we need to see a certain circle of control around us. What is a circle of control? It's an arm's length sphere where we can see, we can touch, and we can control how things are done, which direction the things are going, how this is impacting the company. Beyond that, there is a circle of influence. Now it's no longer an arm's length. Now it's a sight length. Now we cannot directly control, but we can indirectly influence. We see how things are being done. We see how what is being applied, what not. We see what's working and what is not working, and we can influence this area. Now, beyond that, this goes beyond control, beyond influence. And in large organizations, this very often happens. One leader at the center, he cannot control the whole organization. And the purpose of organizations is eventually it's also to grow. And as organizations grow, the leader at one point needs to let go of his control and let the organization move faster than him. But in letting go, he needs to be able to steer. Now, how do you steer as a leader? A leader can steer by setting up the correct operating models, the correct structures in an organization. And to me, in the center is the strategy, and around is the formula of people, processes, systems, with people being very important. That's what we're speaking about today. Now, once this operating model is set, then the steering can be applied. It's like driving a car. When we're driving a car, we're holding the steering wheel. We're not actually touching the wheels. We cannot turn, we're not turning the wheels. We are applying steering to the wheels through a steering wheel that is connected through mechanics, which is a structural thing, to the wheels. Now, this is what we as leaders need to create. And very important is that once that is done, we need to know to let go. And if I can make an analogy with what you're seeing now on the screen, with these sportsmen, pushing this sleigh, they all know that at one point, if they just keep on pushing the sleigh, they will not make the sleigh go faster. In fact, they will hold the sleigh down. Now, we as leaders, we need to realize this, and we need to know when is the right moment to let go, jump in the sleigh, and just steer. Thank you very much. I guess I will pass the floor back to Svetlana, and perhaps there are some questions.
Eugen, thank you so much for this impressive presentation. It's so important for us as HR professionals to hear about the importance of the strategies and this high-level information about HR and driving the performance and success of the company, together with the strategic leadership roles of the company. Thank you very much. And I understand that all the information that you have shared with us, you are applying that. It's unavoidable that you leave this, that we are as leaders, we walk the talk. So now I would encourage you and I would ask you to share with us your experience about your leadership style, about your interaction with people, about this distance and the promotion of these components like individualism, responsibility, all these components driving them from the current position in Moldova to the desired positions that bring the performance and results. And the next question, it will come after the first answer.
Okay. Well, for me, of course, returning to Moldova, one important realization was to adapt to this culture, to the culture that I just shown on the screen, and to find ways in which each of leadership styles or leadership techniques are best suitable for the culture and for the company. Now, here at Purcari, I can say that a big share of the leadership style is the visionary. It starts with Mr. Victor Bostan, the founder of the group. He is not a visionary leader for the company, but I would arguably say for the wine industry overall. Then Purcari had the fortune to have investors such as Horizon Capital, and with one of their members, Vasile Tofan, being the chairman of Purcari, extremely visionary people. So these people at the core, they managed to create and to attract around them the right people and to create the environment of continuously striving for better performance. And I know from operating in this company that everybody has a clear understanding of where the company is going. We are very active in communicating internally the vision and the mission that we have, which is to become the undisputed champion in the wine business in Central and Eastern Europe. You see, I can cite it from many of the presentations that we have internally. So this is a Purcari. And another thing that perhaps is worth mentioning is that we have placed, the coaching style has been a revelation for us, the importance of focusing more on the people. At Purcari, we have people that have worked at Purcari for nearly 20 years. Now, these are very devoted people. And for them, it's no longer just a workplace. For them, it's a family. And the understanding internally is that we need to grow these people. The chart that I showed you in my first slide, the fact that the value of human resources keeps growing. The realization is that we need to emphasize on that growth and accelerate that growth.
Thank you. And one more question. So you started a very successful career in Europe. You have grown up professionally in the academic environment there. You have come back to Moldova, to our Moldova, to contribute, to grow, to develop. You have had some time to observe the values, the leadership styles of the community, of the business. What would be your recommendations, your advices to HR professionals and mostly to HR leaders and to company leaders? What could be the next focus areas in terms of directions, strategies, and competencies, core, that you would advise to focus on?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, my return to Moldova, this is my home country. This is my home country. So I'm returning to my home country, and I'm delighted to return to my home country in a position where I can influence people around me, I can influence organizations. Moldova has an enormous potential. We all realize that Moldova is a country it's reinventing itself. It has its time of reform, post-Soviet Union, and now it's still in the process of reinventing itself. It's like a fruit that is about to ripen, but it hasn't ripened yet. But the potential is enormous. And the big potential here in Moldova is in the people, in what the people in this country are capable of. And I think one big realization for HR professionals is to understand that potential. And I believe that here is the role of organizations, particular organizations like Moldcel, like the banks, like Purcari, to grow the level of knowledge, to grow the level of skills of the people in this country, and to bring out that potential that I'm speaking of. And the organizations must do it. They must invest hard money into growing their people. This means, coaching programs, training programs. And very often, if I may, I'll bring a joke here. Is the discussion between the CEO and the CFO next to a coffee machine. So they met next to the coffee machine, and the CFO, being a finance guy, always looking at the numbers, tells the CEO, well, look, we're investing all this money, all these efforts and money. We invested in our people. Well, what if we invest it all and they just leave? The response of the CEO to the CFO, well, my friend, what if we do not invest it and they stay? That's why it's very important for organizations, especially large organizations, to understand how important the human resource is, how important is, what a big importance it takes in the share of success that the organizations have, and to continuously focus on growing, on accelerating that value of the human resources.
Thank you so much, Eugen, for your sharings, for your thoughts, and for your experience. And I'm proud to know that we have our HR promoter in the level of the CEOs, COOs, one more with you in the company. So we continue. Thank you so much. I encourage you to stay with us as we continue with our second panelist, second speaker in our leadership track panel. And we are bringing the balance, we are bringing the equity. And now I present you Miss Elena Naumenko. She is part of Philip Morris company, and she graduated from the Taras Shevchenko University in Kiev. She has been part of Philip Morris Ukraine for 11 years in different roles, contributing in finance, in external affairs, in sales. And from January 2020, she is leading the Philip Morris company in Moldova. So she is living with us together all the challenges for this year. She, as CEO, can also and will share her thoughts, her experiences, and will discuss the questions that I encourage you to ask using the platform. Elena?
Hello, do you hear me? Do you see me? Who could imagine a year ago that this will become the most representative phrases for any company in 2020? I think absolutely nobody. And this is exactly what I want to tell you about in my speech. About an unknown and unpredictable world in constant change, about companies that are developing at the same pace as reality, and most importantly, about how difficulties can unite people, even more than before. My name is Elena Naumenko. I'm the General Manager of Philip Morris Moldova, and today I'm very happy to share with you my thoughts and emotions regarding how to shape culture in our agile world. When I moved to Moldova in December last year, I couldn't imagine that just in several months we will be working mostly from home. That the most wanted accessory will be actually this one. And overall, that most of the things will go not in the expected direction. At the same time, I couldn't expect that lots of challenges that this year has brought to us will actually let us experience our company's values in action. That made us stronger as a team in Philip Morris Moldova. As strange as it may sound, difficult and uncertain times are a test of maturity, efficiency, and responsibility for any company and any employee. Fortunately for me, Philip Morris as a company has already been experiencing a real transformation supported by our organizational culture. But what is organizational culture? If you Google it, you will see many definitions. For example, shared beliefs and values that define our behaviors. In simple terms, it's all about what you say and what you do. And ideally, these two should match. To some extent, we in Philip Morris came prepared for the current crisis. We already had remote work and project-based approach. COVID has just accelerated many practices that the company had already begun to implement. The current crisis confirmed that the direction the company took many years ago is actually correct. In addition, these difficult and uncertain times have shaken us, and made us to review what's important and to really feel what is trust, collaboration, and integrity. In March, when the number of cases increased, we in Philip Morris said that safety and well-being of our employees are a key priority for us. That's why we locked our office door and switched the majority of the team to a remote online cooperation. Technically, it went okay. We were prepared already in terms of our systems and digital tools. Before COVID, it appeared to be quite tempting to work from home dressed in pajamas. But in reality, psychologically, it became an extra mile and additional challenge for most employees, including myself. The boundaries between work and home have blurred. When you're switching from one virtual call to another, preparing lunch for your family, taking care of your kids, all these at the same time, it's extremely difficult not to feel overwhelmed and exhausted. We started to treat a simple, polite question, is it convenient to talk right now? Not as politeness, but as an essential ability to interact while your family members are moving around during your planned conference call. We said that it is fully okay to be offline if you need during working hours. We trust you, and there is no need to monitor how much hours you're actually online. We encouraged our colleagues to book time in their calendars for personal things so that we do not disturb them when they are, say, doing lessons with their kids or something else. And it is fully okay to say you are not able to join a meeting if you need to take care of family members at some point of time. Another thing I'm proud of is that we decided not to miss important events. So we celebrated birthdays online and baby showers online. Our sales team was playing Monopoly game online. We decided not to postpone any assignments, even international one. That is why we sent Uliana and her cat to Ukraine. It went quite abnormal. Instead of 1-hour flight to Kiev, like in old good times, we arranged a personal driver to the border from Moldova and then another one to Kiev. Another our employee, who by the way delivered a perfect speech during last year's HR conference, Aneta, is now moving to Switzerland. We continued to hire people with online interviews and then virtual introduction to the team. For example, Ion's first working day coincided with the day when we had to fully close our office for a 2-week quarantine. Overall, we hired 12 new colleagues during this period of time. We also did not cancel our internship program called Smart Start. 5 students joined us, and it was amusing to meet new people then in the office whom we only heard and saw online. Likewise, we have not stopped emphasizing the professional and personal development of our employees. We continued the online training programs and provided employees with access to one of the most innovative language training applications called Rosetta Stone. We had the same empathic approach to our customers. Considering their needs, we extended the work hours of our customer care service so that anyone who has a problem can easily find a solution. We managed this task very well, and both customers and we were satisfied. The COVID-19 pandemic taught us many lessons, both professional and personal. Indeed, in a constantly changing world, you cannot be prepared for everything. But if you have a real organizational culture, meaning you do what you say and your employees share it, if you're not afraid to experiment and focus on innovations, you have big chances to overcome any problems. The era of sustainable planning is over. We live in times when flexibility and courageous visions are the pillars on which a company can grow. Simultaneously, we learn how to be more and more human. I encourage you to test as many ideas as possible, to do as many projects as possible, to believe in people, to help them grow and develop. They are the engine that moves any company forward. They are the true history makers of our times. Finally, I'm sure that nowadays companies' success is not driven exclusively by economic conditions, but by people united by common values. And based on my own experience, Moldovan people are the best example of how to maintain healthy optimism and drive success.
Elena, thank you so much for your presentation. It's so impressive, and we would like to ask you to share a little bit from your experience. Please let me know if you'd like to keep some secrets. Yes. So you are promoting the innovation. You are promoting the culture of care, of closer to the employees. You have had during this year a couple of challenges. So one, adapting to our culture, to a new country, new colleagues, to the role of country manager, which I assume it's a little bit more challenging than previous ones. Then these hard times or different times of COVID-19, we agreed that today we will focus on people because COVID is touching all of us. So we are talking about the best practices in these COVID times. So what are your typical behaviors and typical do's that you are promoting in your company in order to boost the innovation of your employees, to make them feel closer to you, to drive and lead the strategy that you have got and have the role to make it happen?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here. And thank you for such an amazing question. Actually, I enjoy being in Moldova very much, and my adaptation went very smoothly because I believe that in Moldova, people are great, very friendly, and it's really, it was an easy adaptation, I would say. So talking about the role itself, yes, it was quite a challenge. It was a big role, and COVID was not planned at all, as you can imagine. So, and basically, COVID taught us many lessons, including how to be more human, And I think that contributed in our organization in, bringing this gap between the leader or the head of the function and the employees to basically narrow this gap. So it all made us more human because that's about health, that's about safety, and it's shared among, everyone. So I would advise, to not to jump to conclusions, not to judge too fast, try to understand the idea of a person, try first during meetings to listen everyone, to be kind of a moderator, a facilitator, rather than a person who say, I know how to do that, that's my idea and please do that. Yeah, so to encourage that, to give feedback. Yeah, and traditionally people in our cultures, both maybe in Moldova and Ukraine, they have negative connotation regarding feedback. So it's kind of, there is something bad that my boss is going to tell me. But it's not necessarily so. So it should be, on a constant basis. So you have a discussion, you have a project, and then you just share your thoughts. So listen, that was good, that was not very good, and that's it. Yeah, so feedback and encouraging, basically speaking up and asking for feedback for yourself.
Thank you very much. And we have also here Eugen, and I would like to launch a discussion. Yes?
Yes, I'm still around.
Yeah. So I'm very, I will use this opportunity to having these two leaders of the very big companies in Moldova here, a man and a woman, and I want to hear from you your opinion about the three main agility pioneers in your companies or in the companies that should drive this and lead this change and adaptation, because we are talking about the culture, the agility, the innovation, the leadership. So what is your opinion? So what would be those roles that you are seeing as key in this and pioneers in this, in leading this process?
Thank you, Sveta. It's a quite interesting question because I would not want to pick three. If I would pick three, then I would discriminate on all the others that are contributing eventually equally in the success of an organization. We all have our input. In fact, I may say that I probably have less input in the success of the company than all the other people that are actually getting the job done. You know, I'm probably further away from getting the job done than they are. So the credit goes for sure to the people that are close to where things happen. In our organization, you know, we you know, the mission of our company is to bring happiness to people through the wines that we produce, and to give them wines that are with a very high quality to price ratio. Now, of course, at the core of our success is the people in the winemaking. You know, the product is at the core of our success, and of course, around it, it's then the you know, the HR, the involvement of HR, the involvement of marketing, the involvement of sales, and in fact, all the other parts of the organization, finance, legal. So, I think, especially from an HR perspective, if you're familiar with the different models of the value chain, right? So, you know, we have all the core adding value activities, and then we have all the supporting activities. Well, it's all one formula. Everyone is important in getting the company from A to B and creating the value from A to B. So, of course, the important, you know, we're speaking today about HR, and of course, the importance of HR is very important. You know, somewhere in the audience, we probably have Ludmila Stratuza. She's the HR director at Purcari, and in fact, with her support, you know, already in the very short time that she's been acting as director in our company, we've managed to set up different processes and structures and tools that better enable other managers to manage their teams and to drive the best value out of their teams.
Thank you very much, Eugen, for your answer. Elena, what are your thoughts about this?
So I would think about basically reflecting on what Eugen was presenting. I think that if you have a vision, if you have a proper organizational structure, and if you have processes and systems in place, then already 4 things. But anyway, you have many chances basically to succeed. And I think this is a very nice summary of my thoughts about that.
So, yeah, thank you very much. So it's about each of our employees, each of our colleagues doing the best on the position that he or she holds. So it's about responsibility and professionalism in each position, regardless the role. And the bigger responsibility is on the leaders to lead the team, to lead as a team. And in this regard, the last question to Eugen and to Elena. Eugen, what was your biggest challenge of this year in regard to people?
Well, of course, the answer is pretty self-evident. The biggest challenge this year was the safety of people. If we speak about leadership styles, and sorry to apply such, you know, the framework even in such a setting with what happened this year to the whole world, effectively, is that being more affiliative and caring more about the people was the key for us. So this year for us, the employees were the center of our concern. I'm sure it was for all the companies, and this focus and this priority basically have driven the other things that we have done around the company. Besides that, it was also a concern that was going beyond just looking at organizations. I think it was very important, and again, I've also seen many other organizations being involved in the way they share with the community, in the way they help the communities, and I think it's very important that companies and also with the participation of the HR departments look at the externalities of that the companies create around them and support the communities around them. Because at the end of the day, we're nothing without the communities around us. We're nothing without the people that we serve. So the focus for us was looking internally at the people that work at our organization and supporting them through these times, and making sure that we retain all the personnel. In fact, at Purcar, the top management has taken even a pay cut early in the pandemic to make sure that the lower areas of the organization are fully protected, and we're keeping all the jobs. Eventually, we had a very good year, but with uncertainty in front of us, we had to take those decisions. And also, we looked externally on how we can help communities, and in fact we've donated significantly to hospitals and other communities where we act.
Thank you very much, Eugen. Elena?
So yeah, I would agree that safety, that's number one. But then for us, it became evident that emotionally it will be very hard to survive this year with such a weird communication via Zoom, via Teams, and etc. That is why we invested basically a lot on how to make us, comfortable in that environment. That is why we had different online trainings. We even invited different professionals to talk online about various topics. We even had, for example, online Pilates trainings and etc. So I think it was fun for our employees.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists, Eugen, Elena. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you for the opportunity.
We will continue our communication through different other platforms in the American Chamber of Commerce and in our professional networks. And we will continue to drive and live the values that we are prioritizing and putting in front of us during this year, during our previous experience, and we will continue with taking care of our people. Thank you so much. I encourage you to stay with us in the next panels. And now I would like to welcome the new panelists in a special panel that unites the 5 members of the 4 American Chamber of Commerces from different countries. So AmCham is serving and uniting the business communities in more than 45 countries. And we are very proud to welcome today in a special panel our colleagues from Ukraine, Olena from Ukraine, from Deloitte. Then we will have Nevenska from IBM Slovenia, and we will have one colleague, Nikola, from AmCham Serbia, and Elena Ivanova, the co-chair of HR Committee AmCham Moldova, HR Director in Crunchyroll. Thank you, dear colleagues, for joining us. And I would like to give the floor to Olena Boychenko from Deloitte, Ukraine. She is serving more than 17 years in the Human Capital Advisor Services Limited company in Deloitte. So she is very experienced in designing the HR strategies, the different HR compensation models, the performance systems. She is certified coach, and she will bring her experience about designing the new directions, the new strategies of activities in these times. As well as she will share the great results of the recent researches in terms of workforce human capital, which is very important. So, Olena?
Colleagues, nice to meet you. It's really a great honor for me to join the discussion, the conference, the panel discussion of such great professionals, and to get, I think, international view on all the processes that we now observe in these unprecedented times. And as it was already said, I represent Ukraine here, and would like to discuss briefly some trends that we observe not only on our local market, but what we observe at the European on the European market, and the trends that I will present to you now. They are, we believe, they are also applicable to many countries in Europe, because, as I said, we all together found ourselves in practically very similar situations throughout the whole world. As regards, I like very much the citation which New York journalist mentioned in March, at the beginning of pandemic and at the beginning of lockdowns throughout the whole world, that the changes that many of us predicted would happen over decades are really happened and taken place in the span of weeks. And this is so true that despite the fact that we have discussed many long-term trends, and they are still in place, but many of them have been accelerated so quickly that we found ourselves, managers, HR professionals, in a completely different situation, in a completely different world from the terms of HR practices, from the perspective of HR challenges that we and our colleagues, employees are facing now. Can you think for a second that as a result of COVID pandemic, practically almost 3 billion people on our planet have been affected by the lockdowns and stay-at-home measures. And definitely such situation is resulted in the fact that businesses and government leaders really have been challenged to both respond to this crisis quickly and to rethink their workforce strategies. And what is interesting is that they should rethink and reinvent these strategies just from scratch, just in real time, because nobody knows what to do. Nobody of us have ever been in such a situation. And I think it's becoming more interesting to learn from each other, to share experiences, and to find best solutions for our people, for our businesses, for our countries in the end. As I said, long-term and structural changes to economies, to business models, they were already in place, and they were changing that triangle, as we call it, the way the work is done, who does this job in terms of competencies, in terms of knowledge required, as well as where the work is being done. And for the past, I think, 3-4 years, we've been talking about the development of remote work, development of new techniques, but so with the COVID, we now observe really big forced digitalization of the businesses. We observe increased concerns from the employers and governments with respect to workers' health and safety, including mental health issues that have never been at so focus before, actually. And we also are concerned about ethical issues about employment, because definitely the world is now very much on the same situation, but at the same time the workforce is is in very difficult, very different conditions. Some people have lost their jobs, some people are still working, some people are working in different situations and different conditions, and definitely it increases some concerns with respect to compensation levels, with respect to the performance management measures, etc., etc. And definitely I think it's really interesting to know what actually employees, workers think about changes that are taking place in 2020. Deloitte has conducted in summer, after the first wave of COVID, Deloitte conducted a European-wide survey questioning more than 10,000 workers in 7 countries in Europe. And the results are really interesting with respect to what people think has changed in their lives, and what are their expectations, and what are their scares. And I think that this information might be helpful for all of us to understand how to plan our work further. I will also add some information about Ukrainian market and Ukrainian activities, because we as Deloitte, as a member of ACC in Ukraine, we together with ACC conducted several surveys on COVID practices made by businesses in our market. The first survey we launched, actually, the results of the first survey were launched at the first day of total lockdown in the country, and the third one has been presented on we spent 200 days of quarantine, and what are the results now? So there are some insights which I think might also be interesting for the community and for our discussion today. So what people think and what people observe, I mean, what workers think and employees think. Actually, interesting is that almost 80% of the respondents of that European survey reported that they have experienced at least one kind of change in their working lives. So in simple words, practically all of us have experienced changes either in working schedule, either in the way we work our tasks, either in leadership autonomy or responsibilities. So there are so many changes. These are really unprecedented situation, unprecedented changes. Interesting that almost 60% identified remote working as a change. Because yes, we talked about remote working, and we know that it's not an unusual thing. What is unusual is that 40% of respondents of our survey have never worked remotely before COVID-19. It means that like huge amount of workforce is now experiencing new ways of doing their work. Why they haven't working remotely before? Maybe businesses didn't have enough technology systems to support that way of working. The culture didn't support that way of working. There are a lot of reasons, despite the fact that we know that practices of flexible and remote schedules have already been in place. So in simple words, more than 100 million employees in Europe switched to remote working, with almost 45 million of them doing this for the first time. And definitely it creates such an unusual and challenging situation for HR professionals and for leaders, because they are now in a situation when they cannot give tasks, monitor performance in a way that they used to do that. And definitely this changes the whole landscape of, I think, HR systems and HR methods. Interesting is that 80% of the respondents said that adaptation to that new remote format and flexible working schedule was quite comfortable for them. So they learned to do that quite easy. Does it mean that there were no drawbacks? Of course not. And based on the results that we have from Ukraine, and here are the results of 86 CEOs of Ukrainian businesses, members of ACC in Ukraine. They said that they really faced very difficult and serious challenges in the area of human capital. These are responses of CEO. Emotional burnout of employees, difficulties in team communication, and uneven distribution of work within or between teams. So I think it's obvious that and interesting that for CEOs, such quite vague things like psychological climate and emotional conditions of their workforce now matters. Yeah. What is at the same time, what we also observe at the European level is that remote work is not changing only the format of the work is being done, but it also changes the ways how people communicate and how people communicate within teams and how they actually work with their subordinates or with their managers. It turned out that remote work is now resulted in greater autonomy. People received more autonomy. And what is interesting, it relates not only to people who are now working in a remote format, but also to the employees who are still visiting offices or are working in stores, I don't know, in many places who cannot work distantly. So autonomy and independent way of working is a really interesting observation that we received based on the European study. We also try to identify what kind of instruments or factors helped employees to adapt to that new remote format of work or hybrid format of work, combining remote and office. What helped them to adapt? Interesting is that, yes, technology is very important, and without technology, at least 1/3 of businesses, according to some researchers, will not be able to continue their operations. So technology is really very much important. But when we asked people what helped them, there are very human factors that are really matter for them. Trust of leadership, to the trust of colleagues, and the network of colleagues that helped people to live through this quite unusual and challenging period of first lockdown that workforce faced. Yeah, I would also add here, time is another factor. The more time we spend on quarantine or in lockdown, the more time we have to adapt. Yeah, it's also important factor for human beings, but interestingly, these human traits, these human factors are turned out to be more important than simply technology, which is definitely is very vital. Interesting is that workforce, which surveyed in our analysis, confessed that they think that for the majority of them, some aspects of their lives will change forever. They understand that they expect that we'll have more flexibility to decide how they will work and where they will work and how they will get the result that the employer needs. People also expect that digitalization and digital developments will also be more widespread and will bring more attention to cybersecurity issues. And interesting that one of 4 people expect that the skills that they need to perform their jobs will also be different. So people accept that the world that will never be as it was before. At least this is the majority of people think about the changes. And definitely it means that employers are now at the point when they shall realize that most probably such changing ways of working and such changes expectations of the workforce might change the way the employers are working with their human capital. For example, let's take performance evaluation. If a person is not in the office anymore, and if a person wants to work flexibly in a comfortable format, but giving the result that the employer needs, definitely it will impact performance evaluation process, because you most probably will need to evaluate not only the process and not only the presence and hours spent in the office, but rather the results which are provided by the individual. Leaders will need to learn to manage more autonomous and less workplace-centered workforce. I think you will agree that manager who is working with the team, observing team members each and every minute of the working time, and the manager who is working with a hybrid team or the team who is distant, remote, definitely should possess additional skills, some different skills which they need to develop. Yeah, and the employers should create environment in which such skills might be developed. And interesting is that we shall also accept that organizational culture and mindset of, first of all, leadership and employees in the companies might also evolve. Yeah, because again, transfer of social norms, transfer of social symbols, of culture symbols, of culture behaviors that are accepted in the company who is in the office versus the company who is now in a hybrid format, definitely might change, might be reshaped. So it's another factor that cannot be neglected. But what is interesting is that we always shall remember that our employees are not a monolithic block. They are not homogeneous. They are very much different. And our survey shows that, you know, we can say that there are generally 3 types of people, workers, in terms of their reactions and expectations, fears and hopes with respect to that new life, new reality in which we all found ourselves now. There are people who are really appreciate the changes. They really, they haven't lost their jobs. They received more autonomy. They received more independent decision making. They like the situation. They are scared a little bit about new skills and competencies that should be acquired, but they also realize that this is new reality and it will stay with them for a long time. There are also people who haven't been affected so much. Majorly, these are employees of big companies, very large companies, who are very much socially protected. They might represent technicians or administrative staff, and they haven't experienced a lot of changes, and they do not think that something really, really big will happen in terms of changes to their working life. And also, there is a third group of people who have lost their jobs or who have experienced really loss of income and feel insecure in terms of jobs because they worked for example, for customer services in restaurants, in hotels, in retail, and they faced very difficult times. And now they are a little bit more pessimistic than others that most probably their skills and capabilities will not be relevant in this new reality, and they need to learn, but they maybe lack with development of new competencies. So as you see, and these groups of people, they're actually less connected to the age. They are less connected to some obvious characteristics of the workforce. They are more connected to their personality type, to the composition of skills, to the employers the people are working for, to industries that they are working for. So we cannot say that there is one recipe for everybody. Yeah, we need to learn more and more about our workforce to identify what kind of strategies will work better for our employees. And in the end, summarizing the observations that we now have for the Ukrainian market or for the European market, and I think for global trends as well, I can say that there are several ideas that might be helpful for all of us based on the results of the study that I just presented. Is that first, definitely we all need to, as employees, being employees of the employers and employers being representing the employers, I think we shall rethink the role of the workplace. We should accept that most probably hybrid model will be very much widespread. Most probably we will not return to the offices like we had them in January 2020. And I think it's not, now is a momentum not to find a way how to get back to the past, but is rather just trying to look to find new ways of developing ourselves and our businesses in this new reality. We definitely shall accept that workforce is in the center of all our businesses. Will most probably need to develop capabilities, skills, competencies which are new. Yeah, people have already tried to be more autonomous, to be more independent, and employers should catch up this opportunity to keep this mindset, to develop further this agile mindset, and to support it with many practices in the businesses. And finally, let's do not neglect the issue of social capital, the issue of knowledge transmission, the issue of of learning, of experience sharing, the issue of culture transmission, actually, which now will most probably be different from what we used to have in the past, because now we are working in a different format. Even now, the conference which are having now, there are people who can see each other personally, and there are people who are very distant, but still we are all together, and we are trying to find new ways of cooperation and new ways of finding solutions, yeah, in such absolutely new format. So in short, I think we live in a really interesting time and unprecedented time, especially for HRs. I like the citation, I do not remember who says that if the crisis of 2008 was the time of CFOs, and the crisis of 2020 is the time for CHROs. And I think this conference and such a discussion is a sign that really human capital issues and people-related strategies are now of the most importance probably for business development and business survival in some cases. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olena, for such an important input, very recent research. And we can see that this difficulty, this challenge brought the opportunities. So the change was all the time a very painful process for each of the individuals. And when you plan some change, when we were planning some changes, so we had the time, we were planning a specific time for each step. And this is a great example that when change happened, we didn't have the planning process in this regard. So each of us, all the employees, should adapt quick to this change. And moreover, there were positive results, and the employees expressed their positive emotions about this changes in way of working, in responsibility, more responsibility that each of the employee took over in different additional tasks and processes. So yes, we will continue with these competencies. And now, Olena, I would like to ask you to share, if you mentioned that this is a great opportunity for leaders, for managers, to take this, this momentum, to keep it, and to promote these new practices, the additional practices in building the resilience at workplace. What would be a couple of these kind of practices that our leaders and our HR professionals can pick them from this experience and bring them to the workplaces and to the companies right immediately?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. What kind of ideas? Frankly speaking, I'm thinking by myself of what I learned during all this time, because I'm a manager, yeah, I'm for my team, and I also learned from this, from my colleagues and from my own experience, what is working and what is not working. And first, I think the first and the most important thing is the trust. Yeah, because our teams and ourselves, let's trust ourselves and let's trust our teams, because what I see is that people are much stronger, much more innovative, and much more resilient than some managers might think. I think that micromanaging is the easiest way just to create illusion that you are involved and you are bringing value. But trusting and letting people stand out, you know, do their things by themselves is much more difficult, and it really requires from you to prove each and every minute that you are with them, you trust, you learn from them and learn with them, and they will eventually win. So the first thing is trust, and the second thing in which I really very much believe is that you must be curious. You should learn from each and everybody, because there are no books, there are no universities at which you can learn how to develop your business in the COVID time. Because yeah, you can learn from, you know, from the flu of 100 years ago or 500 years ago, whatever. But anyway, we are now living in a really unusual time. So the more you learn from in the real time from the colleagues on the events, just like we have right now, I think the more new ideas you will have. Just be curious, just ask people, just learn from people, read a lot of things that are coming up around, and try to develop your own position, your own opinion. So these are what I think.
Thank you very much, Olena. Now you reminded me our presentations that we have had a couple of years ago in our conference aimed on managing organizations in a changing environment. And at that time, we were thinking that we are living in changing times. Yes. And we were touching at that moment the topic of and the notion of VUCA time. And that yes. was the normal, the new normal time. And now I think another term is post-COVID times or COVID times. are adding to the VUCA times. And this volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity that are more at this moment, that reality is requiring our involvement more and more. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay with us, and I continue with our next colleague from AmCham Serbia, Nikola Milaslovic. Nikola, he is a part of the AmCham Serbia. He is leading as Chief Operational Officer the ADECO Serbia. He is also responsible for the public and governmental affairs for Adriatic region. And as he says, he is the best example of reskilling because for 8 years he used to be a journalist and TV host. And then he went to HR solution of ADECO. Now I would like to welcome Nikola. He is leading the the AmCham committee in Serbia for the last 2 years. Yes, welcome Nikola. Very glad and happy to have you here with us.
Hi, hello everybody. I'm also very happy and very proud to be today with all of you and to share my experience and my knowledge regarding the COVID situation, but regarding that tough times in 2020.
Yes.
And, yeah, as you mentioned, I'm really proud of that. Now we are speaking a lot of about upskilling and reskilling, and I do it that 12 years ago when I decided to leave the TV and to start absolutely new career in the HR.
But today, in the new normality online, you feel yourself very comfortable having this experience of and skills in TV. So please continue.
Yeah, definitely. All experience is very important. I'm very happy, as you said. I'm the part of the AmCham HR committee, and I'm leading the HR forum in AmCham Serbia during the past 2 years, and I'm very proud that this year was very active with our members, and we really tried to keep them informed and to keep them informed regarding the legislation, regarding the new measurements from the government, but also we are also trying to bring the new opportunities and to bring the new ideas and to develop HR committee to speak about experience and to share experience. And also regarding that, I'm very happy to have opportunity in the next 10 minutes to share with you one very important survey that ADECO and our brand Lichich Harrison do it during the past couple months, and what we really saw in that survey. The name of the survey is the Welcome to the New Roy. And now, regarding that survey, we spoke with more than 8,000 employees and 8,000 managers on C and C-1 level. And we asked from them to give us answer for some important question that changing the world of work. And after we finish all surveys and we put it together, we definitely saw one important thing, that we have definitely the new ROI. Now ROI is not anymore the return on investment. Now it's definitely a return on individuals, and you will see why. When we speak about the people, during the past couple of years, we are speaking a lot about millennials, about the people who want to change their job, and that they are not anymore with the company. They lost loyalty. They are working a lot only for the success and etc. We saw in that slide that 64% of millennials take into consideration a corporate social responsibility when deciding to change the work. And this is very important to know that market is changing. And now when we are employing, we have to know that people doesn't want just to be well paid. They want to work in the company who are providing the trainings, who are providing the career development, and also who are providing some social responsibilities. Not just this is not just interest for one people. This is interest for all community. But I just want to have that and as a start. But what from the new Roy, what I would like to share today, that definitely with you, that we saw the 5 very important tasks and that we saw very important changes on the labor market in 80 countries that Adecco do that survey. And this is definitely the world is ready for the hybrid working, the end of the working time from 9 to 5, the high EQ of each leader, universal appetite for the mass upskilling, and also employees must trust to the reset of the new normal. And you can see in the first slide, definitely the world is changed. And definitely in our survey, 51% of employees still want to work from the office, and 49% they won't work from the home. But what is also very important that we have now, on the other side, we have the C-level managers who are also very have same approach, because they share with us 8 from 10 C-level executives believe that business will have some benefits from the increasing of flexibility. And what is also very important, that 77% wants more flexibility, but wants how and where they want to work. That means that people who have opportunity to work from some small house on the mountain and from the sea and from seaside, it's very important to provide them that opportunity if, of course, they can do it. The second very important thing for us is the end of the working hours from 9 to 5. Tracking results and not the hours is the message from the employees. And when we ask the employees about that, believe or not, for me it was maybe one of the most important thing, and one of most important messages is that 69% of employees believe that their contracts should be based on results rather than working hours. And this is the main changes. They really want to do it on productivity level, and they also want to provide additional productivity for the companies, but not to be measured 8 hours per day and 40 hours per week. They just want to show that their productivity is not connected and not related with the working hours. And what is also important, that 74% of executives believe it's important to revise the late working week. And we also saw that in some Western Europe countries, that they already start changing the working weeks, the working hours, and the flexibility become one of the most important thing for employer, but also for the manager. And now we are back to the leaders. And we are back to one of the main messages with what I want to share today with all of you. And this is definitely the high EQ of each leader. And empathy, trust, and new focus on well-being and culture building is the most important leadership skills. And the numbers here in that slide is very, very important to share and very important to recognize ourselves, to recognize our team managers, our business managers, and to start working on that, because 74% of employees wants their managers demonstrate leadership style focused on employee and supportive attitude. But what is also important of that survey, that 54% of managers need support in navigation is a new expectation. That means that 54%, more than half of our manager right now doesn't feel so comfortable to have the leadership style focused on empathy and supportive attitude. And this is very important. This is very important as a HR managers, HR directors, as leaders, to provide them coaching, to provide them support to have and to reskilling and to have the new skills to coach them and to bring them the new skills leading by empathy and supportive attitude. And at the beginning, I share my experience about the upskilling and reskilling. And this is definitely what Olena also mentioned in her presentation, that employees now have to be upskilling and reskilling, and we need to find where is the gap, what is the jobs that not exist, and it will be not existing in the next 1, 2, 3, 5 years, and to be very brave and to do it. First of all, development plan for their employees, and to also bring them the new skills and to do it reskilling and upskilling. And this is very important because the new role brings that attitude, bring that we have to be, we have to know each employee. We have to know what they're doing, what is their skills, and how to support them for upskilling and reskilling process. And this is not just a process with one person, with the HR manager. This is very important to all leadership team be involved in that, because we have to also develop our manager, our business manager who is leading the people and who are leading the business, to know each of their employees, to know what is the skills they have or they need to have, and to build the new culture of upskilling and reskilling. And upskilling and reskilling is the future of adapting to the changes and adapting to new world of work. You saw in that slide that 69% of people wants more digital upskilling post-pandemic. And this is very important that employees are ready for that. They share the message that they are ready to be upskilled and reskilled. And what is the message for the managers and for the leaders is not just to change the people when we have some new jobs, when we do it, some rebranding of the company, new products, and it's much easier way to come in the HR office and to tell them, okay, I want to fire 10 people and I want to bring 10 new. No, this is not anymore the trend. The trend is invest in the people, to train them, and to upskill and reskill for the new duties and for the new jobs. And at the end, employers must trust to reset normal, because 80% of employees believe that their employer is the most responsible for ensuring better working world after the pandemic period. And also 73% believe that governments must play a role. And this is the message for all of us, that we definitely have to bring the government together with the company and together with the employees, and to start the social dialogue for the new way of work. Because we cannot do it alone. We cannot do it as a company. We cannot do it as AmCham, and we cannot do it as employees. We only can do it together, and we can only do it together. First of all, for the government to see what's happening on the market, on the labor market, maybe what is the new social contribution to have to be established as the new social contribution for training, upskilling, and reskilling, adapting for the new way of work. The second one, as a company, to develop the coaching culture for all managers, and to develop the people development process for each employee. And the third one, the message for employee, because all of us is also employee in our companies, is very important to know where we want to be. To define together with our business manager, together with our people and HR manager, to prepare development plan and to be honest with them where we want to be in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years, and together with that to start working by ourselves. We have a lot of free courses on the internet. We can start learning some new skills and etc. And not just to expect from the employer to give us that new skills, but together with our development plan, to do it together with ourselves and with our HR. And this is definitely my message from the end for this presentation.
Nicola, thank you so much for your information, for your presentation. It's so interesting to see the passion you are sharing by being part of the HR after changing your role and embracing this new work lifestyle and lifestyle at all. We as HR professionals, we can be here just if we love what we do, and we do care of our people and love our people and our businesses. So my questions, you have been so explicit in the presentation of all the information. I know that you are in a hurry, but I have a small question to you. So
of course.
We talked about the need for leadership upskilling. So to increase the emotional intelligence of all of our employees, yes? To focus on the self-leadership, self-organizing competencies, regardless the position. And regarding the planning of our future skills, where we want to be in 3-5 years, is how can we manage that in these changing times? So how can we plan that? If you can share your thoughts about that, because this is changing every day, so I cannot answer the question, where can I be in 5 years? But there is a path, and I want to provoke you to share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, of course. I got the hardest question, but definitely what is important, and I mentioned that we have to prepare our 1-year plan, 3-year plans, and 5-year plans, because the market is changing, and we don't know definitely what will be in the 5 years. We don't know when the pandemic period will be over, in the year, in the 6 months, in the 2 years. We don't know yet, and we don't know what jobs will bring it the post-pandemic period. We know something that we are developing right now, that some new position that I saw first time in the companies. But what is important you mentioned one important sentence, and that is love what you do. We have to know what we love to do, what we want to do, and to adapt on that. And we don't know how it will look like my position, for example, in the 5 years. But I know that I like the human resources, that I love the service industry. And for me, it's very important to develop in that way, to see what in my industry is the changes, what is the changes in the scope of work in my industry, and to adapt on that, to learn from that, and to learn from other countries, to share knowledge from my colleagues from Zurich, from USA, and the other countries, and to be ready for that. But just the message is not to adapt only on the market, just to adapt what we want to do and what we love to do. And we know that digitalization is definitely running in this year, and it will be in the next year. And we have to prepare for digital skills. We know that much more work, it will be online. We need to be focused to develop online skills, to learn online, to work online, to have the computer skills, and etc. And the third thing, very, very important is to adapt our culture. And you mentioned the passion, and to adapt our culture with the new things that are coming. We have to be ready that world is changing day by day, and that we also have the change ourselves, because the biggest mistake is that we are staying as we are right now, and that we are not changing, and the world and everything else is changing. And because of that, the first thing we have to adapt on the changes.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Here is the moment to mention the motto you have in the life, that growth and development, it's not possible with the comfort zone. So we need to push ourselves to grow. In this regard, I see the role of HR to drive and lead the programs of self-awareness, programs for all the employees, to encourage employees to find their passion, to find their ideal position or role where they can explore and optimize their potential, value their potential, grow the potential. So, and be very flexible, adaptable to all the new changes that might come, and we are not aware about them. So this is about the way of thinking, a way of visioning the future, and enjoy the momentum, doing all the things with love, with passion, and learn from local experiences and from worldwide experiences. Thank you very much, Nicola. Wish you much success. And I am proud to welcome the next colleague from Slovenia, Nevenko from CEE IBM HR Slovenia. She is in the company, with the company for the last 20 years in different roles as the HR responsible, as the HR partner, driving and helping the business leaders in growing people, in building leadership of the company, in changing the culture. And that is the main passion of growing, developing people that Nevenka is practicing and wants to share with us today. Nevenka?
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Hello, everybody from Slovenia. I'm happy being part of such great event, and I'm happy that we are really today talking a lot about the people, about the leadership, and I'm sure that I would not be part of that great event if we would not have such technology which is enabling us, cross-country and virtual events as well. So today we already heard a lot about the people and leadership. So my part today might be short summary of what we already heard from Olena and from Nicola, but still I hope that it will be still some, it will be interesting presentation as well from my side. So actually the question is, which I'm asking many times, is COVID-19 the only reason business models are changing, way of working is changing, and our priorities as individuals, as employees are changing? The fact is that technology and industry 4.0, economic circumstances and globalization in our century are creating actually need and opportunities for new business structures and models, new ways of working. So in my view, COVID-19 is not the reason for new ways of work and the new leadership which we are talking now about. I would more say that COVID-19 actually pushed companies which still operated on traditional way, beginning of year 2020. Either they did not have interest to work digitally or did not invest enough to technology. And that businesses with COVID-19 transitioned actually almost overnight to virtual working models. Of course, with COVID-19, everything is becoming more faster because we were talking a lot, but COVID-19 actually bring to us the matter of urgency to transform and to adapt to the new reality. So we have so-called followers who had or have weaker digital capabilities. We had the leaders who already have strong digital capabilities, and we had waste middle companies that fall somewhere in between. So COVID made the biggest impact to the followers and to waste middle companies. Actually, many companies with COVID-19 in first wave in March, where we in our part of Europe started facing impact of COVID. Actually, many companies first time experienced work from home. Especially, I would say these were governmental companies, banking sector, manufacturing companies, and of course, many others. Within night, employees stayed at home and had to start working from home. So that companies, of course, had to ensure technology and process updates accordingly, employees being able to perform from home. So employees at that time were very engaged and very motivated to deliver and perform. In Slovenia, for example, many companies had to deal with the legislation for correct processing of work from home from the legal perspective, because our legislation defining work from home is very complex, it's very challenging. So many companies were facing here a big challenge, how to properly set up the documents, the work safety at home to be in line with the legislation. So I just recently saw some researches which are showing, for example, I read Tata Consultancy Service research, which is telling that now in the second wave, so from September on, second wave of COVID-19, productivity actually is decreasing of our employees. So some employees are, and why that productivity is decreasing is actually that some employees started missing traditional work office. So it is about the socializing, it is about the small talk with the colleagues, maybe just drinking coffee with the colleagues. Some employees don't have conditions at home to work from home. They don't have maybe enough space to work from home, because now we know that in most of the countries we are all back at home. So we have whole families at home, having children at home. We have to help them for school as well. So we are as well teachers within our working time for our children. And also researchers are showing that employees are missing leadership, which help them succeed and perform within those days. So this is the reason why actually companies start intensively investing in development of their leaders, to being able to lead in hybrid teams, and of course, as we heard already today, in VUCA world. So we know that VUCA world in many things, we say in VUCA world are unclear, are uncertain. Many times in business, leaders feel like being in fog. So it's okay for leaders those days to openly say they don't know the answer to the employees or to some questions. They don't know how the things will go on, how the things will continue. Even it's good that leaders openly say they don't know, and they invite employees to do the things together. So in my view, this is now very important for today's leaders. And hybrid work, we heard a lot today already. It's traditional, it's work from traditional office and from home. Or we also say today, it's not only work from home, but it's work from anywhere. So actually we started more using, instead of work from home, we started using distance work. Employees can work from anywhere because technology is allowing that. And also working hours are not anymore fixed, as we heard already today. So younger generations actually are demanding for flexible work time. And some researchers are saying that overall 25% of employees in the future will use distance work for their employment. And depending on industry, for example, manufacturing industry will use less distance work. For example, IT, consultancy, or industries will work distance, will use distance work almost 100%. So in my view, to employees, it's important to give sense. Employees to feel I matter, I belong, and I believe. Because this is then where employees are getting passion and engagement. So for today's work in hybrid teams, it's important that we enable to the employees communication tools like Zoom, Webex, Skype, Mural, Slack, Box, and other digital platforms. Then that we have enabled leaders being able to lead in the hybrid teams, it's important we have employees with the personal responsibility and employees being able to work independently. And of course, as we heard already today, very important is culture of trust. So actually, today we are talking about 4 P's in the business, in sustainable business. And this is about the people, about the purpose, about the planet, and about the profit. And that's why we need as well the leaders to support that kind of sustainable business and that 4 P's, which I just mentioned. So important for leaders in those days is as well integrity, to have the growth mindset, support diversity and inclusion. Also important, as we heard, it's empathy and emotional intelligence. Employees, we see that employees are following leaders who walk the talk and respect social responsibility. So as well, we heard already today that leaders should be resilient and as well try to help employees in resilience. So what is important for leaders? As we heard, it's trust. Try to build with each individual great relationship to understand the individual, and with that building the trust. Leaders should listen rather than talk to the employees. Leaders should make sure that everyone within the team are heard and are able to talk and to speak. Leaders should be open for any ideas and suggestions of the employees. Leaders should ask rather tell to the employees what to do. That's why coaching is one of the most important leadership competencies in those days, because with coaching, we as the leaders are helping employees to come to some new ideas, to be more innovative and to get some great conclusions. So it's important leaders to allow employees to fail, and as well to help employees to learn from that failures. This is very important in those days. As well, we heard already that micromanagement is not something what we prefer in those days from the leaders. And as well, it's very important leaders to promote agile work within their employees. So it's very important as well, proactive feedback, or actually timely feedback. And with that, it goes about the recognition and as well about the constructive feedback, because timely recognition, positive feedback is actually motivating employees and even more engaging. As well, the constructive feedback is helping employees to improve, because without feedback and constructive feedback, employees don't know what they should improve or maybe what they should change in their daily work. So as well, it's very important that leaders are transparent, and leaders are using the objective assessments for their employees. So leaders, whenever they are assessing employees, it's good to use the facts being taken for those assessments. As well, encouraging teams to continuously developing skills, upskilling, reskilling, so what we heard already today, it's very important. So leaders, again, should be walk the talk in this area as well. And as well, providing very important sense of the mental and physical health to the employees. So health and safety is very important those days, and it will stay in the future as well. Understanding employees' needs, it's very important. Respect employees' values, and maybe that employees' priorities are changing within the days. This is as well respect, and as well understanding. This is very important for the leaders. Supporting flexible work or needs for employees, and as well happiness on workplace and valuing employees is very important those days. So I would say we need Cervantes leadership today and in the future. So
very good, very well said.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Nevenka. You have consolidated so well all the conclusions from the previous speakers, and now focusing very well on the priorities that all our colleagues listening, hearing, and watching us, they can just take notes, come back to the organizations and check the agenda, make the checklist. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite my colleague, my co-chair of the HR committee of AmCham in Moldova, Elena Ivanova. She is the managing director of Crunchyroll Moldova and the HR director. She is in love with HR for the last 15 years. She's working in IT and platform services business. She combines different roles, and as all of us, she's a partner, she's a coach, she's a mother, she's a friend, she's a business leader. So Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this kind presentation. It is very nice to hear that you can wear simultaneously a lot of hats. Thank you, dear colleagues, panelists, AmCham, Svetlana and Elena especially, and AmCham for putting this together and making this happen. Thank you, Elena, Nicola, and Nevenka for sharing this interesting data. And yes, we faced, tried, and adapt to challenges that have been mentioned today. And I will summarize in our proper experience. I think that in the last 7 months, HR managers have come to play very special roles for employees in all changes. We had to adapt rapidly from first responders and trusted advisor to coaches and motivators. And we also had to act as strategic partners for executive management. After all, how can businesses be expected to keep going if their most important resources, we employees, aren't able to work properly? If processes haven't been digitalized, if internal communications are inadequate, if people don't have a working space at home or go stir crazy working from home. We had to adapt to changing environments, find new approaches to working efficiently, and set new priorities. At the same time, the focus has shifted towards strategic issues such as employee health, digitalized processes, and a strong corporate culture that was mentioned today. And all of these aspects mark the beginning of an entirely new era. For Crunchyroll, us, and as per all of the companies, this was a real challenge to adapt to the unknown new normal. We moved working remotely in March, and we are still working from home, and we may not return to the office soon. So speaking about challenges and livelihood and impacts, working remotely, the transition to working from home was so fast and furious. And if before we were thinking to have 1 day in a month for working from home, today we can think that working from the office a couple of days in a month at least. As it was mentioned, many employees are now likely to never again work from the office full-time, while others will be returning to a much changed office environment. The challenges were and are still huge. Kids, pets, day-to-day routine, renovations, which we face everybody, no usual coffee morning on the company halls, finding a quiet work spot in the house, and always the same picture. We as people ops needed not only find ways to keep supporting flexible approaches to work, but also to ensure transparent communication and to facilitate 100% virtual collaboration. From a corporate culture perspective, we always worked for a healthy one, but sometimes at a certain point in time, every employee engagement solution that worked previously come to a half in a way or in one way or another. What we can do to create a successful organization culture now is employee-centric. We have to more often provide feedback, functional training programs, autonomy to employees, and much more. To keep employees engaged, we had to develop online team building programs. This includes lunch bonding session. Thank you, Elena, for sharing this. You can find it, you can see in the slides our life before and now. One online lunch bonding session, group fitness activities, coffee breaks, wine and game evenings, yoga and meditation, virtual happy hours, different team activities, family and well-being challenges. Managers had to strive to recognize their team members' hard work as they hit professional milestones and continue to provide exceptional work through the current working stress. More one-on-ones, more team buildings, more team interactions within different working schedules, as for now we can set a fixed program within home responsibilities. Also, it's very important physical and mental health. With remote work, employees' physical and mental health became very important for us as people ops. An important issue to be addressed in future, and I think is already on, will be online fatigue. People being fed up with sitting in front of a screen and no social interaction at all. We have to help people to balance home and work life, and also these have to become even more a focus for now. Leaders, managers come to the end to place more important on this and take ownership of regularly managing and communicating with their team with our support. We need to talk from the heart and be clear on the purposes and goals as an organization when they speak to employees. Mindfulness is also very important. It's about accepting and understanding one's feelings, thoughts, bodily sensations, and not being judgmental about it as well. It's a healthy practice to reduce stress in the workplace and to be more productive. And we were very productive this year with an increased subscription and working in shift. And this is something that we need to take into consideration as our corporate culture will stepping towards 2021. Developing new capabilities also was mentioned very often today. Given that working remotely will be entirely normal in the future, relevant skills such as flexibility, adaptability, and teamwork are very important. We are working on this and we need to drive the development of these skills. We have to accept that more people think about changing their duties, and they are doing right now that, and we have to support them as well. Also, about diversity and inclusion and equality, we are, as an international company with more than 500 employees, diverse nationalities and cultural diversity. The relationship is both enriching and challenging for everybody, and especially for the managers who work to create daily cohesion, and also offers opportunities for businesses to expand our global reach and improve corporate responsibility. The ability to work from anywhere will increasingly open up more new job opportunities for 2021 and for diverse cultural employees all over the world. When there is a mutual respect going on in the company, not only it increases bonds with teams, but it also enhances employee morale, which is very important. Also, not to forget to mention about digital transformation. In this new era, it was necessary to accelerate the adoption of remote access, video conferencing, and file sharing tools, training, Wi-Fi issues, school and family activities at the same time. And with all that to ensure continuity of operations. Yes, it was hard at the beginning, now it's better. We are a tech company, so we were ready to move us up, and we did that in 1 week, I think, or so. But also we have to accept that technology and collaboration, which are gaining more and more space in the construction of a new normal, was essential to support the new routine as a co-worker, parent, individual, and organization. We have to find and implement digital processes that support remote work more and leave HR and managers time and space for focusing on employees and strategic tasks such as digital recruiting and remote onboarding. And the last but not the least is the sense of collaboration and community and volunteering. Faced with difficulties in health, economics, education, and business, the feeling of collaboration became stronger. Companies and society came together to help others where possible. All of our employees have an employee morale budget, and everyone decided in the first quarter of this year to donate to the hospital, and this was a beautiful care. We as a company have a broad portfolio of CSR action as well and support several projects related to education, social, vulnerable families, and actively involved in developing tech communities and in education as well. And not to forget about enhancing in the growth and empowerment of women. We want to speak and expect, I don't expect actually that this will end. We have to move forward, and I see a future in which HR will become the department leading change and guiding and supporting everyone across the business. In this expanded role, managers, HR especially, will need to innovate and make decisions rapidly, something that this period of change and disruption has already demonstrated we can do that. Deadlines for us are nothing already. The actual normal presents huge challenge and huge opportunities. Thank you so much. I hope we managed in time.
Thank you very much, Elena. Yes, we are balancing now all our lives, personal and professional. Our priorities, individual and company priorities and values have been reevaluated and reprioritized during this year. That was the important move and the important moment to react quickly, to adapt to the change, to keep the business path and to ensure the execution of our business strategies that were ensured to us and trusted to us by our shareholders. And in this regard, and while doing this, it's always important, and now especially, to keep in mind the health and well-being of our employees. So that was the key mentionings during the first hours of today's work are the cooperation between all the functions, the leadership from the manager side, and the self-leadership for all the employees, regardless the position, the social responsibility and social cooperation. I'm very proud that we as Moldcell, having almost 500 employees, we have managed very quick to adapt to all these changes, to ensure the operations and to ensure the communication over the phone when it was more important, when the social communication, the face-to-face communication faced these barriers. Very proud of our Moldcell Foundation and CG Corp Foundation that we were supporting the social functions, our first line institutions fighting with this COVID-19. I have emotions when talking about COVID-19, but I look at this with the opportunities to find solutions, to find the way to be closer to each other, to be more human, to share and show more care and love to our employees and to all our stakeholders. And in this regard, it's very important, again, to keep the balance between our professional life and between our personal life, to wear very professional all the hats that we have. to adapt to the changes. And while we were doing that even today in our studio, where we were planning to have more from our panelists and speakers here, but in the last moments, again the COVID-19 changed our plans. When technology is also working together with Murphy, and we can quickly switch to different solutions. So thank you for understanding, thank you for being part of this change. And now, before we go for a 5 minutes break, I want to intrigue you and to motivate you to stay here, not to leave very close, because today we have a very, very special guest in our conference. I'm talking about Alan Freed, and the RBL Managing Director of Europe. He is special in the way that the RBL group and Alan, whom I met personally in the HR Academy of our group, designing the strategic programs for executive level of managers, for corporate development strategies, for C-level directors, in order to ensure the high performance culture and the high results in the businesses. And there are more things to share about Alan, and I will add them after the break. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, dear colleagues, dear guests. Alan, I'm very proud and I'm very happy to introduce my inspiring leader, HR professional, Alan David Fried, whom I'm following the last, I think, 7-8 years, together with his partner Dave Ulrich, the HR guru worldwide. So I'm very thankful to Alan that he accepted to share with us the latest trends, the latest recommendations, the latest strategies that shall be put in our businesses and companies in order to ensure the successful execution of our business strategies and to ensure at the same time to balance our people with the figures. We are here to deliver results, but we need to take care of the most important resource that we have that ensure driving these results, people. Alan? Are you here?
Thank you.
Hello.
Nice to connect. How are you?
Thank you. Very good and very glad. Nice to see you here with us. I'm so delighted. So I want to please meet Alan, very high professional and very close to all the people, regardless the level of the position, from whom we learned as HR professionals in our company. Alan is leading the RBL group in Europe, who has driven the results of establishing partnerships with more than 30 very big strategic clients in Europe, like Siemens, Lego, Marks and Spencer's, McDonald's, and I think Alan can add more on that. But you are modest. I know you might not mention. It's important to learn from Alan today, from the experience that of designing and adapting very quick to the new realities and adapting the HR strategies, the designing, the culture that brings performance, the development of the new HR competencies and bringing our businesses from Moldovan market and now with the colleagues from other countries listening us from all other markets that we're operating to drive the results together in the most professional way. Alan, thank you very much for accepting to share and to to be the inspirational HR leader, not only for me, but for the entire community of HR that is today with us. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Svetlana, thank you so much. It's so good to reconnect with you, and it's really nice to see you again. Just a quick process check, Svetlana. How long would you like me to speak to? You just tell me the time when you'd like me to finish my comments, and I'll make sure we wrap up at the right time.
Take all your time, Alan. So we are ready to listen you during the whole day.
You may regret that. Let's get started. And
Thank you.
I'm just so delighted to get to share some thoughts with you about what's going on in our world. I'm going to share a slide deck with you. Let me just pull that up right now so we have that. We at the RBL Group, I'm very, very fortunate to be working at the RBL Group. I'm surrounded by terrific colleagues. The group was founded by Dave Ulrich, who I'm sure many of you know, and Norm Smallwood about 20 years ago. It's a terrific firm. I'm surrounded by great colleagues here in Europe as well. My friends Amaran and Kadeen, who just continue to inspire great ideas and really try to push the HR agenda. So let me first, on Thanksgiving, just give thanks for great colleagues. I'd like to share with you some ideas today. We talk a lot at RBL about how HR should transition to creating value. It's something that we're really passionate about, this whole idea of value creation. It's something that we've worked on extensively. And I'm going to try and project out into the future a little bit here and give you some indication of where we think the HR function will move and transition to. So we're going to see what some of the best firms in the world are doing from a HR perspective, how they're evolving their business models, how they're repositioning HR, how they're anticipating challenges, collaborating more. Many of the themes that I already heard just in the last 20 minutes or so since I connected that people have been speaking about. A previous guest who had also spoken about the work that she was doing in her own firm to ensure that there was great collaboration and more innovation, people responding quickly and being inspired, delivering results. Here's the key message that I really want to emphasize. Relevance is value. Relevance is value. That's what we're going to re-emphasize time and time again today. In your world, as in mine, value is defined by receivers more than givers. That's a critical principle. Where in the run-up to Christmas time, for those who celebrate Christmas, oftentimes we celebrate by giving a gift or by presenting gifts to friends. The value of those gifts is defined by the receiver of them. That's a really critical piece of information. If I buy a lovely gift for a good friend, but it's the wrong color or the wrong size or a style that doesn't quite work, they get to define the value of it. Something that we've got to realize in HR. We cannot mark our own homework. The receivers of what we do are ultimately the customers of our businesses. They get to define whether we've created the right talent. They get to define whether our people are well led. They get to define whether our culture is providing them with experiences and services and products that they like and are willing to pay for. And so value is defined by the receiver more than the giver. Now, what's really interesting, and the thing that we're working on with a lot of energy right now, is this idea that relevance is value. The more relevant you are as an organization to your targeted stakeholders, the more valuable you are to them. The more relevant you are to a larger number of stakeholders, the more valuable your organization becomes. Let me give you a couple of examples that we've written about most recently. Example number one is the app TikTok. You can tell by my age that I'm not a TikToker, but I've got huge admiration for what they've built. They've built this app that is increasingly ubiquitous amongst very young people in China, in America, in the North, in the South, in the East, in the West. Obviously, that has huge value. They've been able to kind of to conquer geographies in ways that are really quite remarkable. Facebook obviously is incredibly popular in the West, but hasn't quite had the impact in the East that it's had in the West. WeChat, Weibo is incredibly popular in the East, but it hasn't converted that in the West. TikTok has been able to do that. Its valuation as an organization is huge, and yet it hasn't figured out how to monetize its relevance into value, but still the value is there. Relevance is value. Tesla would be the second organization. My colleague Amran and I just wrote an article that was published last week. Tesla is now valued greater than Ford and General Motors combined. It's the second, it's the car manufacturer with the second highest valuation, now only behind the Volkswagen Group. It's 16 years old, but it's reshaped how we think about what a good vehicle is. Its ideas are incredibly relevant to a growing number of drivers and a growing number of people who are choosing to purchase vehicles. So much so that other organizations have reshaped their product lines, they've reshaped their product offerings incredibly quickly based on off of what Tesla have done. Relevance is value. So if HR's job is to create value, and if value is defined by the giver, by the external stakeholders, the customers, and if value translates to relevance, here's the question for HR professionals that we've got to find the answers to. How do we keep our organization more relevant tomorrow than it is today? How do we keep connecting our talent, our leadership, the way that we approach organization, so that we get relevance with external stakeholders as the outcome? Because that's the only thing that matters. If you've got brilliant HR in an organization that is becoming less relevant with its external stakeholders, you are fighting a great battle on a sinking ship. Great HR has to translate to higher relevance with external stakeholders. Imagine building a beautiful HR program inside Nokia. Right? Fantastic. Great job. Well done. I hope that was a lovely insular HR experience for you, but it didn't help Nokia's relevance, and it didn't save Nokia from almost becoming non-existent as an organization. Imagine building a beautiful recruitment program for Kodak back in the 70s and 80s. Terrific. Well done. I mean, there's real value in that practice and in that expertise, but it didn't help Kodak become more relevant to its stakeholders. And as Kodak became less relevant and was overtaken by new technology, it became less valuable. And it no longer creates any real value for a meaningful group of employees. It's history. So we've got to look at everything we do in HR through the lens of, is this impacting our relevance? Because in the 21st century, relevance is value, and value is defined by external stakeholders. This is why I think HR has got the brightest future. For those who can grasp this concept, our future will be significantly brighter than our past in this function. I'd like you to think about some firms who've been competitive or who have, quote, won, unquote, in their industry. What is it that they did? Why did they win? What are the key principles that caused them to win? Let's take a look at a couple. I think these are really interesting, kind of some European and some North American examples here. Aldi, they are so relevant with their stakeholders. They've won because they've figured out how to be relevant. expanded enormously across Europe in recent years, based on the back of a promise, which is you'll spend less money, you'll get similar quality products, they will not be branded, and we're also going to introduce bi-weekly deals and create this kind of fear of missing out. Well, we've got to get there, got to get these bi-weekly deals. Done incredibly well. They're incredibly relevant as an organization. They're expanding, they're growing. You'll see as they grow, they're changing their store concepts, they're changing their advertising concepts, they're investing a little bit more in service than they've done in the past because they're trying to stay relevant. They can't rest on their laurels. They've got to keep moving. Consumer behavior continually evolves. What we're looking for in these types of organizations is continually shifting, and so their offering has to be continually shifting. Where they think about talent and the type of talent that they bring through that's capable of keeping them relevant has to be shifting. Type of leadership that they need to stay relevant has to be changing. Can't stand still. Apple teamed up with Goldman Sachs 2 years ago to create the Apple credit card, not yet widely available, I know, but it's a sign of their ambition of staying relevant. They don't just want their hardware in your pocket. They don't just want you to own a tablet computer. They now want you also to have great design, great convenience around the way that you're paying for your product. They want to expand from Apple Pay and move into kind of the physical, tangible card in your wallet. They've designed the interface of this credit card in a beautiful way. It's just as you would imagine an Apple product should look like, the statements, where you go, how you get them, how you pay. They will definitely continue to upset industries along with their other tech giants because they are becoming more and more relevant in our lives. And they will want that level and degree of relevance to continue to grow. Here's what we're learning. In the past, there were 3 levers that we would pull to be competitive. Number 1, we would pull the financial levers. If we had better access to capital or cheaper access to capital, stronger cash flow, better capital structure, a more effective way of managing risk, we had an advantage over our competitors that we could leverage. Secondly, we could leverage a strategic advantage, figuring out where we play, what type of businesses we're going to buy and own and operate and develop, how we're going to operate those businesses. A kind of traditional space of strategy was the second lever that we could pull in order to win in our marketplace. And the third option was around technology and operations. If we built a particular process, if we built some machinery that kind of helped us do something more effectively, more efficiently, with more quality, it could give us an advantage in the marketplace. And for a large period of time, focus on these 3 levers has been at the core of business education. Most MBA programs, most leadership development programs at some point will contain how we build advantage using financial levers, how we build advantage using strategic levers, how we build advantage using operational levers. Here's the interesting insight for HR professionals in Moldova. We're seeing the emergence of this central circle as a more dominant factor in creating advantage than these other 3. Suddenly people are realizing that, hey, everybody pretty much knows how to get access to capital. Everybody knows the models and has access to those models. We all use the same 5 or 6 firms to create strategies, and those ways that those strategies are created are very well known across industries now. It doesn't really create significant advantage for the majority of firms anymore. It's kind of table stakes stuff. And operationally, it's very rare to find an organization that has a superior technology now. Those technologies are widely available to all organizations. If one of your firms developed a new product based on a new technology tomorrow, I guarantee that if it were good, your competitors would successfully kind of copy within weeks. It just doesn't give us a very long runway for creating advantage. Organization, on the other hand, does. If we can get the right type of culture embedded, if we can align talent around relevance, if we can build our operating model to be continually keeping us relevant with our target stakeholders, that can create huge advantage in the marketplace. So I'm not suggesting that these three traditional levers are now ineffective. Obviously, they continue to be effective. Doing these three things well is critical. What I am suggesting is that they no longer create the type of advantage that they created in the past. And so leaders are now having to look elsewhere for creating sustained advantage. And thankfully for HR professionals, that elsewhere is in the realm of organization. Gives us a huge opportunity. I'm not going to show the video clip, but let me just describe it. Imagine you're at a beach on a public holiday. The beach is busy and there is a riptide. A riptide is very dangerous because it's a current of water that will pull people out into the wider ocean away from the beach. On this particular day, on this video clip, two young children they're out surfing in the water on an American beach and they get pulled out by the riptide and they're in danger. The current of the riptide is strong, so you can't easily get out of it. They're getting exhausted, they're fighting against the tide, and they're starting to experience real difficulty. Their mother, who's on the beach, sees the kids, realizes they're in danger, and guess what she does? Like the vast majority of mothers, all of her instincts kick in she jumps. She gets caught in the riptide too. Within a matter of minutes, there are 7 people struggling in the water, caught up in a dangerous riptide, including the 2 young children. People on the beach are obviously looking on, horrified. They're trying to figure out how they can help without getting themselves into danger. And a remarkable thing starts to happen. They create a human chain that extends from the beach 300 feet out into the riptide. And by holding on to one another and forming a chain, they're able to pull every one of the 7 people that are caught in the riptide back to the beach safely. Once that mission is achieved, they pull each other in, starting at the person that's furthest out to sea. They're pulled back in, and one by one, the 90 or so people that form this chain are all safely back on the beach, along with those 7 who were stranded and in danger of losing their lives. They carry on with their activities. They move on. What a brilliant metaphor for organizations in 2020 and 2021. What a fantastic way of thinking about organization. Now, think about your organization in your place of work. If your organization had seen these 7 people in danger, this opportunity to have an impact, how would it have responded? For a lot of organizations, a meeting would have been called. For a lot of organizations, it wouldn't have mattered that there were 7 people in danger unless somebody in the senior team had seen it, because it's only people in the senior teams that can institute some type of activity. Some organizations, we would have said, gee, we would really like to help, but in order to get the chain formulated, we kind of need operations, HR, and finance are busy today, and HR are on a different project, and we can't all get to the same place at the same time. I mean, you can think of all of the ways that traditional organization would have struggled to do what this spontaneous group of beachgoers did on this particular event. What we need in order to stay relevant, in order to really reach out and grasp opportunities that are right in front of our eyes, In order to accomplish that, we need organizations that can very quickly and in an agile way respond to the environment around them, accomplish goals, reach the targets that they've set for themselves, and then figure out what's next and climb the next hill. That's what I'd like to talk about with you a little bit today. A lot of the work that I'm going to share with you in the next few minutes comes from our most recent book. It's called Reinventing the Organization. The lead authors were Dave Ulrich, our co-founder, and Arthur Young. And essentially, we've looked at a group of organizations that seem to be able to do what I've just described with their organization very, very well. They're thriving even in difficult VUCA conditions and circumstances. Here's a list of the groups that were featured in the book and that were researched by Dave and Arthur as they looked at the book. You can see lots of them haven't been founded for particularly long, large numbers of employees, global kind of product portfolios for the majority of them at least, very, very relevant organizations. These are people that are staying relevant with growing numbers of people. We found 6 key principles at work, and I'm going to just touch on each one of these briefly before we return to Svetlana. Environment, strategy, capability, structure, governance, and leadership. And our message to you today at the conference is, as a HR professional, as a HR leader, these are the 6 key areas that will allow you to improve your relevance, and that will allow you to create value as a function and to step into that role as a value creator. So number 1, the external environment. Our behaviors change over time. Consumer behaviors change over time. Trends help to shape behaviors. If we want to build functions that allow organizations to become more relevant, we have to first be expert in understanding the external environment that shapes what we want, that shapes what is relevant tomorrow and what isn't. We've got to understand social trends, technology trends, economic trends, political trends, environmental trends, demographic trends. We've got to look at those trends, and we've got to start to identify what will be more relevant in our industry next year than this year because of these trends that are shaping human behavior. Elon Musk did this brilliantly with Tesla. He read the tea leaves and he realized that being more environmentally conscious is going to be very high relevance in the future than it was 16 years ago when he started out Tesla. He was absolutely right. Likewise, from a HR perspective, we've got to kind of scan that external environment all the time. We've got to say, what is going to be relevant in our industry next year? What's going to lose relevance in our industry next year? Where can we already start to think about developing team strength, talent, leadership, so that we can benefit from increased relevance and use these trends that are shaping customer behavior to our own advantage? How do we already start to think about dismantling or reducing the size of parts of our organization that we think will be less relevant several years from now than they are today? How do we make sure that they don't become a handbrake to us being able to evolve and to adjust? Stay relevant, stay connected to that external world. That's this critical first message. Think about your very first mobile phone. May have been, if anyone's in my age range, it may have been a Nokia or an Ericsson or probably a Nokia, right? They were brilliant. We used to charge them up once every 2 weeks. And it's fantastic. Think about using that phone today. It just wouldn't work. Your needs have changed and evolved significantly. What you expect from a phone has changed and evolved significantly. We've got to make sure that we have talent, leaders, and a type of organization that is able to continually evolve just in the same way that your needs have evolved of what you expect from a mobile phone, from a cell phone. That's really, really important. That's really, really critical. 4 cells on the grid. In cell 1, as you can see at the top, we're doing the right things. And as you can see from the left-hand side, we're doing them well. Cell 1 are companies doing the right things well. Cell 2 are organizations that are doing the right things poorly. We've got the right thing going on, we're in the right space, but we haven't quite got the execution right. Cell 3, it's an organization that's doing the wrong things, doing them really well. Cell 4 are organizations that are doing the wrong things poorly. What is the best place to be on this set, on these four cells? What's the worst cell to be in? The best cell to be in, obviously, is cell 1, right? We're doing the right things well. We're being relevant. People love what we're doing. It's speaking to our stakeholders. They're enjoying it. What's the worst cell to be in? Lots of people say cell 4. Wrong answer. The worst cell to be in is cell 3. When we do the wrong things very, very well. And here's what's really interesting. If we don't continue to evolve our organizations, evolve our service, our product, our offerings, evolve the way we think about organization and leadership, over time, you'll see the arrow at the bottom, the environment moves us to the right-hand side. So over time, activity done in cell 1 will become a cell 3 activity. We've got to keep changing whilst we're at the top of our game. Nokia were doing the wrong things really well when Apple and others were building smartphones, and they insisted that they would continue with their traditional way of building their handsets. Nokia doing the wrong thing well when they insisted on incorporating their own operating system rather than some of the operating systems that were proving to be more successful and relevant for consumers. That kind of mold that comes that stops us from doing new things because we're really good at what we already do is a real danger. It's a place where HR can definitely help. How do we help? We make sure that there's a healthy mix in our business between cell 1 activity and cell 2 activity. We're always trying, we're always looking for new things in cell 2. We're always trying to think, what's next? How do we build a little team that might be able to explore an idea? We don't have to invest huge amounts of money. Let's just invest a little and see if it works. It's kind of the classic Amazon 2-pizza team philosophy. We can have a team that will explore a new opportunity, but the team must be able to be fed well on 2 pizzas. Like, don't invest a huge amount of money in it. Let's just play around with some ideas. Let's do a few things poorly and see if they work. If they do, we can resource them up and do things well. By the way, consumer behavior is changing so quickly now that our ability to stay on top for a long period of time is also really, really challenged. Back in the 50s and 60s, if you made it to the top 500 firms in America, the S&P 500, you were likely to stay there on average for 61 years. 2013, just 7 years ago, that was reduced to only 18 years. And then this graphic was produced in 2018. So they were anticipating that just 2 years later, half of the S&P 500 would change. So the pace of change is now so fast that, that this way of thinking is becoming much more important. Strategy. Essentially, we've got to answer 2 questions. How are we going to grow, and how are we going to compete? And we've got to get real clarity around our strategy. How does our strategy help us to grow? How does it help us to compete? I'm going to share these slides through Svetlana with anybody who wishes to get them. Are we going to grow by selling more of the same product to new customers? So that's row 1. Are we going to grow by selling more of our, by meeting more customer needs than we do today? We've got a defined set of customers who buy an apple also buy toothpaste. Can we, as well as producing apples, produce toothpaste? Sometimes called the adjacency growth strategy. Third, are we going to grow by focusing on new untapped geography? Got to be really clear about that. We don't just need one answer, but we need a dominant answer. Secondly, how are we going to compete? We need a dominant logic around our value proposition. HR is dependent on getting this input before it can start to shape its outputs in the talent, leadership, and organizational spaces. Are we competing by being a low-cost provider? Are we competing based on quality, reputation, status? Are we competing based on speed of execution? Are we competing based on providing superior experience or service? Or are we competing based on innovation, doing new things in new ways? Again, there may be some overlap in your messages, but you can only ride one horse with one bottom. So it's really important that you've got a dominant way of thinking. Aldi are competing based on being more efficient than their competitors. HR, you've got to provide me with talent that can drive efficiency. You've got to build leadership models that allow us to beat our competitors for efficiency and build leaders that love and espouse and reinforce efficiency. HR, you've got to build organizational models, team structures, reporting structures that drive efficiency, because that's what makes our promise real to our customers, and that's what keeps us relevant. So HR have got to know where the value proposition is so that we can shape what we do every day and drive relevance to our external stakeholders. The worst possible thing that we can do is be unclear about our value proposition. You might bring in a new head of talent. The new head of talent used to work at PepsiCo and is focused on quality. And the way that that new head of talent thinks about talent is building quality pipelines. But you work for an organization that competes based on efficiency. If you give that new head of talent a carte blanche to go and do what he or she wants, then it's highly likely that they're going to really destroy value rather than create it. Got to get strategically clear. Once we're strategically clear, we can identify the 2 or 3 capabilities that we need to build to really drive our strategy forward, to make it real and felt by external customers. And there are 3 particular capabilities that organizations are really starting to over-index on in recent history. Customer anticipation. Again, how do we stay relevant by anticipating what our customers want even before they do? That's the kind of talent that we've got to build. That's the leadership that we're looking for in HR. How do we create space for the second capability, which so many organizations are focusing on, which is innovation, creation, creativity, time to think? How to create space for mindfulness? The speaker that spoke previous to myself gave just a short report on some of the initiatives that she had been undertaking in her organization. And it was a lot of it designed to unlock this sense of creativity and innovation of some terrific ideas that she shared. Thirdly, agility. Moving quickly, rethinking team structures so that we can approach new opportunities with speed. We can pluck those 7 people out of the ocean without taking so long that we become irrelevant to them. That's this key message. Failing quickly, testing new ideas, pulling back when they don't work, pouring in when they do. These are these kind of key messages. Again, I'm happy to share these slides with all who want them. Svetlana will facilitate that, I'm sure. Structure is next in HR. It's a brilliant tool in our arsenal. Here's the evolution of organizational structure over time. Yeah, I mean, structure comes basically right from from our military histories normally, where there are troops and there are ranks and there are officers. And I mean, that's essentially where most kind of structural theory originated. It's evolved a little bit over time. We kind of moved this idea on systems and how different systems work together. McKinsey pioneered the 7S thinking years ago. We've moved to capability thinking. So instead of thinking about organization as structure, how do we think about organization as capabilities that really help our stakeholders to be successful? Now we're starting to think about organizations as ecosystems. Let's share a little bit more information about what we mean with the ecosystem approach. Small teams working together off a central platform, looking for opportunities to take what they do really well and apply it to new industries, think about new solutions. Let's look at Amazon as an example here. Their platform is all of this data that they capture, this insight that they've got in this huge data reservoir. You can imagine all of the teams that they could create around that data and say, how do we make this data relevant to reshape this industry? They've done that with Amazon Web Services. They've done that with Kindle. They've done that now. They're trying to do that with Whole Foods. How do we get all of this data that we've got and reshape the way that consumers do their grocery shopping? I mean, they're a frightening proposition now in any industry. And I think that they could kind of take that platform of brilliant data and really create something compelling in pretty much any industry you want to go into. And they're increasingly testing, trialing. Interestingly, though, they know when they've been defeated. I bet none of you are using an Amazon Fire phone. They did go into smartphones. They were very late to the game. They created 3 different versions of a smartphone. A small team tested the market. They tried to see whether they could get some impact. That impact wasn't forthcoming. Customers didn't like their offering. They were too late to the game. And so before they invested more and more money and lost their shirt in the smartphone game, they decided to withdraw. Let's take the resources, let's take the learning, and let's put them into new opportunities and new ideas. That's this fluidity in structure and organization that I think HR could really, really, can really have an impact and create value with. And all of those teams are situated with their eyes facing the external market. How do we stay relevant? What do we do next? How do we keep our customers incredibly satisfied? There's the Amazon example. Governance, really interesting. Let's do this quickly. Governance used to be about all of the things that we need to make sure don't happen in the organization so we don't get into trouble. Right, well, let's build some governance protocols to make sure that the way that we audit numbers is crystal clear and aligned to international standards. Let's build a governance structure around performance bonuses for senior employees to make sure that there's real integrity. That was the old way of thinking about governance. What's really interesting is that we're noticing this transition. More and more people are now thinking about governance as how to reinforce the right ways of doing something rather than to make sure bad things don't happen. So, how do we use governance to make sure that we're reinforcing the right culture, the type of culture that our customers really like? How do we use governance to promote performance accountability? Because that's a great thing that will really drive us forward. How do we use governance processes to ensure that there's idea generation? We're thinking about new things, that there's new coming through the pipeline, that we're thinking about what's relevant next rather than how good we are now. How do we build governance around our talent pipeline to make sure that we're not comfortable with the great leaders and professionals that we have today, but we're always looking at every step of who's next, what great talents are coming through the pipeline, What do they look like? What do we have to do differently with them so that they can speak to our customers in 2025, as well as our current leaders and talents are speaking to our customers in 2020? How do we share information well? How do we make sure, again, with collaboration too, the final one here, how do we make sure that we're not reinforcing silos at any point? All critical kind of governance processes that we're now seeing organizations build around. Finally, leadership. How do we build leaders that are capable of kind of reinforcing these mechanisms that we've spoken of? How do we build leaders that are more focused on leadership, organizational strength, than their own celebrity as an individual leader? These are the 6 things that we're learning from these organizations about how to create value through relevance. Svetlana, I hope that was helpful. It was fast and furious. Let me stop the share and thank you for your ongoing support, Svetlana, and what a pleasure to kind of share some of these ideas with you and with your conference participants.
Thank you so much.
I hope that was helpful to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Alan. For me personally, again, I have a lot of homework for me personally, and a list of to-dos, again, and that's very interesting and inspiring. And I assume that there are a lot of questions for you. I must share with my colleagues of HR in Moldova that we will continue our communication and collaboration with you, as there will be some documents and practices shared, and even some input required, yes, asked from us as a community of HR, so that we can contribute and at the same time to learn. We have the honor to learn from Alan and RBL team. And then we will come back with the questions anytime we will have them. And before that, we need to make our homework. Thank you so much, Alan. I would like to ask for your last recommendation for our HR directors and professionals. What would be the next 3 steps to ensure the relevance of these times? Yes, so we come back to our organizations in these times where 51% of the employees wants to come back to the offices, 49% wants to stay at home, work remotely. 75 are willing to practice more and are lacking this socializing environment and competencies, and thus emotional intelligence and emotional state of being is affected. And then the productivity of our employees is also going down. But the reality is still VUCA, and there can be other 2nd, 3rd, 4th waves. We don't know. But we as HR need to come back and participate in the decision-making process with our HR leader, with our business leaders, and to ensure the correct right path with the value of our people in front of us.
Great question. And right now, it's
sorry for that. Sorry for that question. Yes, but your view.
What you describe is complexity. And we're all experiencing complexity.
Yes.
Here's what I would say if you are experiencing VUCA. HR have a response to VUCA. And the response to VUCA is what we call at RBL DRET. So let me explain DRET just briefly. If you're experiencing volatility, the HR response to volatility is discovery. When you're in a volatile environment, you have to take time to really discover that environment and understand it well. So are we placing, as in HR right now, as much time and energy on discovering this new world as we are on the traditional delivery skills that we generally encourage, focus on, and build through our learning, development, training agendas? Are we encouraging people to build kind of the 4 or 5 key skills of discovery: questioning, observing, learning, experimenting, observing? Are we taking time to do those things and encourage our people to do those things? So the answer to volatility is discovery. Uncertainty, absolutely. We live in a very uncertain economy right now, in a very uncertain world. I believe that the future is bright. I believe that the future will be better than the past. I'm an optimist, but I also recognize that there is uncertainty. Where there's uncertainty, HR brings an understanding of risk. What risks are we willing to take? What risks are off the table right now? Are the risks that where we have appetite as an organization? When we understand our risk and how we approach risk, then that degree of uncertainty is quietened a little. When nobody understands what the organizational appetite is for risk, any degree of uncertainty will affect our productivity, our happiness, I mean, that's for sure. When we've got complexity as an organization, the response to complexity is ecosystems. It's partnerships. When we live in very complex, when we're tackling very complex problems, we tend to grow the number of brains thinking about those complex problems. You just think about the existing coronavirus situation. Finding a solution to coronavirus is complex. As a result, organizations are working together and building ecosystems to share their understanding of the virus so that vaccines can be created, to share what they're learning across governments and nations so that effective programs can be instituted, to share what they're learning in treating patients so that that information can be shared broadly. So when we're faced with complexity, find allies, build an ecosystem, partner with people that you've never partnered with in the past. Look for ways to reach out and build that human chain that extends out into a complex problem. And finally, when there's ambiguity, we just have to be transparent. That's the HR response to ambiguity. Let's just be transparent with our people. Let's give them the data that we can give them. We know that there's ambiguity in the system, but we just have to be absolutely forthright in sharing whatever we can so that people can start to make sense of that ambiguity. So there's going to be VUCA, that will continue, it will accelerate, it will get faster, consumer behavior will change more rapidly, no doubts about it. But whenever you hear VUCA, I'd like you as HR leaders to think of the phrase DRET, DRET. Volatility's answer is discovery. The right response to uncertainty is risk. The right response to complexity is building an ecosystem. The right response to ambiguity is transparency. And our job is to come to the table with solutions for VUCA that really help to drive our relevance and to keep us kind of at the value creation stakes. There's one other thing that I just share with you, Svetlana, as well. I know you asked me for 3 things. I've already given you 4, and now I'll just give you a final one, a 5th. Value is ultimately about promises. Organizations make or create value, become valuable when they make the right promises and then when they keep the right promises. It's really that simple. That's what we have to focus on as a HR team. Do we have the capability internally to make the right promises to keep us relevant to our stakeholders? And am I, as a HR leader, impacting every day our ability to deliver on those promises every time a customer comes into contact with our organization? I think that's where HR is headed in the future. I see, people think I'm crazy, I see this merge of the marketing and the HR functions over time. Because marketing is traditionally the space where we make promises, and HR is traditionally the place where we learn to keep those promises. I think we've got to reduce all of the distance between those two functions and make sure that there's almost this symbiosis between them, this bond, where whatever it is that we're promising externally, we've been working for a long time to make sure that we can deliver it every single time. So that's probably taken us off on a different tangent, but that's where I see HR kind of continuing to flow in the future. That's certainly going to be the focus of our research and writing here as we move forward. Keep promises. Whenever you think VUCA, think about the HR response, which for me is DRET. Svetlana, I hope that was helpful.
Yes, thank you very much, Alan. Thank you for all your inputs, for insights for us. We will continue to work on them. As today is Thanksgiving, we want to thank you on behalf of all the community, all the audience that is listening and watching you today. Thank you. And you know, I'm fortunate. I consider this COVID-19 times as an opportunity because we could have you here today in our virtual conference, in online conference. Otherwise, I think we all have difficulties to travel in normal previous lives. So we are blessed in this regard to have this opportunity. Thank you once again so much, and wish you a very nice, happy Thanksgiving Day.
Well, Svetlana, the pleasure is mine, and whatever we can do to be supportive to your members and to people that you're inspiring, we want to be a part of that. And where there is goodness, we'd like to be involved. So if we can help in any way, Svetlana, you know where to reach me. Just reach out, and I'm happy to respond.
Thank you very much, and we hope we will become one of those markets where RBL are delivering the services, the best practices, making researches. So as we are part, a very small part, but still part of the Europe. Thank you very much.
Svetlana, I will send you some information about how you can get involved with two things that we're doing immediately that cost nothing and where the impact will be really high.
Great. Thank you so much. Many thanks. Thank you. And now I would like to welcome our today last speaker, the last but not the least important, as Alan was mentioning before, about the very big importance of the technology during these days. So I'm welcoming Aida Fazilova. She is the CEO of the XOR company in Moldova. For the last 7 years, she has been part of the talent and recruitment processes. She's passionate about that. She joined the XOR and she is focused now and will share with us what are the technology trends in HR, what could be used by us as HR professionals in order to ensure that relevance about which Alan was talking about. Aida, welcome.
Thank you so much, Svetlana. Thank you for the introductions. Hi, everyone. It's my honor and pleasure to be presenting to you here today. Thank you for still being here. So I will be, in the next 15 minutes, I'll be focusing on technology trends that we see in talent acquisition, primarily in the times of the pandemic. So I'll start with a brief introduction of myself. Afterwards, we'll move into the challenges that we see a lot of our customers are currently facing. And I will tell you a little bit more and in detail, a little bit about the details and about the trends and the new technology that is really, really needed during the time of the pandemic of ours. So afterwards, I will also share with you the real-life case studies from the fellow practitioners and the customers of XOR. And during my presentation, please feel free to shoot any questions that you have to the chat window. So yeah, let's start. So I will start with a brief introduction of myself. So I actually have been working as a talent acquisition practitioner for nearly a decade before I founded the company. And the company itself was born out of my personal pain. In terms of Zor, Zor is a Silicon Valley-based startup. We're headquartered in San Francisco, California, but we have the roots in Moldova. We're really, really proud to be a member of AmCham. And we have the largest back office with the engineering team, with the lead generation team, and the support team based out of Moldova. But I would normally be based out of San Francisco, but luckily for me, I moved once the lockdown started. Moved back to Moldova. That's where I'm at. So we've been around since 2016. We currently serve over 200 customers in 23 countries of the world, including the well-known brands like Cisco, IKEA, McDonald's, Manpower Group, ExxonMobil, and many, many others. So in terms of the product, Zor is a communication platform. What we do is we help our customers to hire the best talent much more efficiently by, on one hand, giving them the opportunity to utilize the alternative mediums of communication. So instead of only phone calling or emailing the candidates as usual, you can also video conference with your candidates, you can phone call your candidates, you can communicate with them over the SMS, over the WhatsApp, over the Viber, Telegram, Facebook Messenger, you name it. This is really important because it drives the engagement of the candidate as well as the speed of the responses. So on average, 40 to 46% of the candidates respond to you within only 15 minutes if you're SMSing them or if you're WhatsApping them, compared to 3% over the period of a couple of days over the email. This is why it's important. So on the other hand, we utilize artificial intelligence and AI-powered virtual assistants or chatbots that help our customers to automate the most routine and repetitive processes in recruiting. So think of initial engagement with the candidates that are willing to apply for a role, automated screening of those candidates, and helping them to book the meeting on the recruiter's calendar. Answering frequently asked questions of the candidates, or also re-engagement and reactivation of the passive candidate database that you already have in your talent community. Delivering then a personalized announcement of new job opportunities, finding out whether or not those candidates would be interested in learning more about the roles, and afterwards connecting them to the recruiter. So this is a little bit, and again, the company was born out of my personal pain because prior to founding this company, I've been working as a talent acquisition practitioner for a really, really long time. And being a practitioner, I've just noticed that up to 3/4 of my working hours every day, I would spend on routine and repetitive tasks. This is why when the new technology of the chatbot just came into media spotlight, we joined my efforts with my technical co-founder and started this company. All right, on to the next slide. All right, so it's a very well-known fact that during the last 9 months, the whole world has been really living in a very new reality. And once the pandemic hit us in March and April, the whole world, the industries actually separated into 4 different buckets from what we've seen. Some of the companies actually needed to hire even more people. For example, delivery services, online retailers like Amazon opened up 75,000 more of the jobs. Healthcare companies needed to hire at a higher pace. Some companies, especially in the essential businesses, still needed to maintain their hiring needs and their hiring pace, but they were facing very new challenge how they can virtualize and make the recruiting as much of the remote as they possibly can. Of course, unfortunately, some of our customers experience the hiring freezes. Some of them are still experiencing them up until the first quarter of the next year. So yeah, and most affected industries like hospitality, tourism, airlines, of course, had to lay off a ton of people. So what it actually cost us in. If you please, the next slide. Thank you. So the 3 main challenges that we defined, and the entire experience that I'm going to be sharing with you is coming firsthand from the conversation with the customers across the globe right now. So recruiters actually needed to make the recruiting virtual and remote. It means not only to purchase or adapt the infrastructure, but it also includes the creation of the new internal policies for them, and then, how we can actually, since the social distancing rules are in place, how we can make those recruiting virtual and remote. Okay, second of all, how we can actually utilize the technology in order to streamline the application process and make the hiring as fast as we possibly can with the use of technology, still maintaining an amazing candidate experience, okay? And also, since not a lot of people have the computers at home, unfortunately, everybody has their phones, of course, but with us not being able to access, let's say, public libraries within access to the computers, recruiters had to ensure, and the talent acquisition leaders had to ensure that the experience of the candidates is very, very mobile friendly, mobile first, and accessible for all the candidates that are willing to apply for a role. All right, moving on. Okay, so the first trend that's been a great hit of this year, and nobody really cared about this too much prior to March of this year, I would say would be the virtual career fairs. Everybody is well aware of the career fairs, standard one, when you are gathering in the lobby of a hotel and you set up the booths, and the recruiters in every booth actually are communicating with the candidates. Letting them to learn a little bit more about working for the company, about the specific roles, accepting the paper application, telling them more about the roles available in the company. So since we cannot really do this anymore, the virtual career fairs has been something that everybody's been greatly interested in recently. So the way it works is you set up a website with a virtual career map, when those booths can be either representing different brands, or they can be, if it's virtual career fairs for the specific enterprise company or the employer, those booths can actually represent either different locations or the branches of the company or the different departments of the company. For example, here's the vacancy for engineering, sales, marketing, support, and so on and so forth. So the way it works is the candidates are browsing through the virtual career fair, they're picking themselves the booth, they're clicking on booths, and afterwards they can chat with the virtual concierge first, where the virtual concierge will collect their contact information, will screen them for a role to make sure they're making a good fit if it's a need. And afterwards, the recruiters, on the other hand, can connect and live chat with the candidates, or video conference with them, or phone call with them. So this is something that's been a great success of this year. So if you haven't looked into the virtual career fairs yet, so both the organizers of the events or the, let's say, communities, organizations like, let's say, AmCham, pretty much set up virtual career fairs for all of their participants. Or if you are an employer and you haven't really been looking into the virtual career space, I would highly suggest that please consider this, because it's been a great success. A lot of the candidates love it. It's a new way of thinking about your job board pretty much, but in a more interactive way, where every single candidate will receive feedback, whether it's a 24/7 or it's a live event when the recruiters and the candidates are logging in at the same time. All right, so the next trend would be how we can actually utilize the virtual assistants and the text-based or messaging-based communication with the candidates in order to decrease the time to hire and then simplify the recruiter's life. So the way it works is whenever the candidates are willing to apply for roles of the company, either from online sources would be the job boards, it would be the company's own career site, it will also be social media job ad campaigns, or even if the candidate wants to apply from the offline sources, let's say seeing a banner in the grocery store saying, we're hiring, if you want to work for us, please scan this QR code or send us the text, apply to this particular phone number. So once the candidates are ready to apply, and we're talking about the active candidates that are applying proactively, right? So what happens is the chatbot, the virtual assistant pops up and starts engaging them into conversation. So they can easily handle any of the questions they might have about the work role, about the company, and afterwards it can screen the candidate and capture the application in a chat form. So unlike your standard like mobile and friendly, really long web application forms, the communication with the virtual assistant will only take the candidate 3 to 3.5 minutes. So during this conversation, the virtual assistant will ensure that this candidate actually meets all of the criteria for this particular role, because as all of us know, up to 90 to 95% of all the candidates applying for roles don't make a good fit, unfortunately. So the virtual assistant will ask them about how many years of experience do they have in this field, what's their highest level of education, whether or not they're legally authorized to work in the country without the visa support, if it's important, and everything pretty much that are mandatory requirements for a role. Afterwards, if the candidate meets all of the criteria, then the virtual assistant will help them to book the meeting on the recruiter's recruiter's calendar because it is integrated with the recruiter's calendar so that it knows their availability, preferences, and pretty much for the recruiters, it's a complete game changer. So they come to work not to stacks and stacks of resume that they need to screen and process manually to find out who of those candidates that applied they're willing to talk to, and afterwards, go back and forth over the email, trying to schedule the meeting, or call them to ask the same questions, to answer the same questions. Instead of this, the recruiters come to work in the morning, Monday morning, whatever, to their calendar filled with the list of the candidates that were pre-qualified and pre-scheduled for a meeting or a phone call with a recruiter, which is absolutely amazing. And I'll share a couple of case studies that we have in that particular instance because it significantly decreases the time to hire while still maintaining over 90% of the candidates' NPS score. This is amazing. All right, moving on to the next trend. And of course, since we cannot really get together in the same room anymore, unfortunately, the video conferencing tools have been a great hit and in a great demand this year. So video conferencing tools can be of two different types, important one. So the one that everybody is used to pretty much in the last 9 months is getting together with the candidates online, either over the Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Skype, WhatsApp, whatever other tool you're using. You can also use Zoom video conferencing tool, which is actually pretty awesome. So you're getting together with the candidates, you're screening them, phone screening them, video conferencing with them, pretty much organize the events using some sort of a solution. But there's also a second type of the video interviews. It will be called asynchronous video interview. So that means that you do not necessarily need to get together online with the candidate at the same very time. Instead of that, during the application process, the virtual assistant can actually request the candidate to record a little video of like up to 30 seconds of them self-introductions or answering to any of the questions that you would like to listen to, so that you can actually see how the candidates presents themselves, how they talk, and then their opinion on the crucially important things for you. So that you can watch those videos, they can record it at their own pace, being at home, at their pajamas, 9 p.m. in the afternoon on Sunday, and you can watch them at your spare time before you actually decide whether or not you are willing to move forward with this particular person, especially if it's a customer-facing role like receptionist at the hotel or a sales representative. All right, moving on. So right now, I will share a couple of case studies with you, with our awesome customers. The first one would be IKEA. So IKEA, we've been working with them for over 3 years at the moment. So the most important challenge for them used to be that whenever the new candidates just came into offline application center, they had to fill out the really, really long, really unfriendly paper application form, right? So a lot of the candidates didn't complete this application, so they were lacking in the amount of the candidates that were applying. So instead of this, what they have done is they've implemented the job kiosks. Pretty much job kiosk is a little iPad on a stand. When all of the candidates that were interested in learning more about the roles for the company or apply for a job actually can just come and chat with the virtual assistant for a couple of minutes to pick themselves the the IKEA store that was closest to their home, to pick themselves the job that is currently available, go through a short screening process, and then set up the meeting with the recruiter. Where all this with under 5 minutes. So their amount of the applications that have started to be compared to the benchmark increased 66%, which is amazing for them. And right now, they're actually able to complete their hiring needs. And the second use case that I would like to share with you is a Nightlight Pediatric in the US. So this particular company has been, since the nurses, if you don't hire the nurse for the 3 days, they're going to the competitors. You cannot really lose the best talent right there. So the way they've done it, they actually put the virtual assistant on top of the application form so that every single candidate that was browsing through the company career site and were interested in learning more about the role got to talk to the virtual assistant that immediately screened them and helped them to book the meeting on the recruiter's calendar the same very day. So for this particular company, the time to hire has decreased by 60%, which has been right now it's just 3 days compared to 7 days that it's been prior. So yeah. So this would be the end of my presentation. Thank you so much again for having me. If you have any questions, please feel free to shoot them.
Aida, thank you so much for sharing
Thank you,
with
Svetlana.
all our community the new tool, the technology link between the HR processes and the relevance, the agility, and the speed that we need to keep during these times. I like the technologies. I'm in the area of technologies. The telecommunication, I think, is the fastest and the most interesting industry in regard to changes and technologies and development. I have a question regarding the artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
So this technology tool, is based on the artificial intelligence technology working. So you have studied that during the last years. And how do we tackle that risk where the robots, the bots, the artificial intelligence overtake the control over some decisions where anyway we are dealing with people in the recruitment process. We are used with this social human touch. There were moments that we feel in the interviews and in the application process that bots cannot feel. So how do you address that part of the story?
Amazing question. So there are two parts of this. First of all, you got to use the artificial intelligence very, very strategically. So the artificial intelligence does not decide based on what criteria the candidate should be qualified or disqualified. This is something that is up to for the talent acquisition practitioner who actually sets it up. So the artificial intelligence is used very strategically, first of all, to recognize the natural language, right? So whenever the candidate is asking what's the salary for the role or how much money do you pay, so that it actually understands the intent and is able to provide them with the correct answer. So these are the things where the artificial intelligence can be used with no fear at all and then very freely. So to your point, a lot of the candidates based on the pop culture and the movies like a Terminator or Black Mirror actually are getting very intimidated by AI, and sometimes a lot of the talent acquisition practitioners are thinking that AI is there to take their jobs. It's not. It's not going to be able to replace the human in the next 25 years, that's for sure, because myself, I'm a mathematician and software engineer by education, and actually wrote my diploma on the neural networks. So it is there. It's like hiring an assistant for the most routine and repetitive processes in recruiting. And then I'll tell you a little bit more about why it maintains. So while the recruiters are actually focused on the things that they can do the best, because talent acquisition people and HR professionals, being very people, they should not be operating the software 3/4 of the day. What they should be doing is building a relationship with those candidates, selling the jobs, closing the deals, recognizing the best cultural fit for the company. This is the most important. And the technology is there to assist them. And then why is it important for the candidates? Because the recruiters just don't have the time in a day to ensure every single candidate 24/7 gets served or gets a very, very good feedback, right? So because whenever the candidates applied, whether it's afternoon on Sunday, after hours during the lunch break, the virtual assistants are there to make sure that they don't end up in the resume black hole just because the recruiters just don't have the time and day to respond. Sorry, we cannot really move forward with this particular role, or to react to this like candidates, A-list candidates as fast as they possibly can and book the meeting on the recruiter's calendar because they're just overwhelmed with like stacks and stacks of resumes. So this is my belief. So humans should not be really doing the things that robot can, while the robots will not replace the TA practitioners anytime.
Thank you so much. So we
Sure.
need to balance again, to be very careful where we design the decision-making process in the link with technologies. How do we put our processes so that technologies could be in our help, yes, assist us and ease our life, and take on us, on humans, take the most strategic and the most important, crucial decisions and processes. So that's another challenging process we will go with as a homework. And for now, I would like to thank once again, to use this opportunity. And first of all, to thank all of you that we are today sharing and learning together. To thank the American Chamber of Commerce team and Yelena Buzu and Mila Malairo and Karina and all the technical assistance supporting team here in the studio, supporting us in overcoming these challenges of that we face day to day, and today we didn't have the exception. We encourage you to join us tomorrow morning for another half of the day, very interesting, with international speakers, with practitioners who will share the experience, the knowledge, the lessons learned, who will share the challenges they do have, and we will find together the solutions. There are questions with no answers, and that's honesty is one of the competence, the quality that we need to demonstrate to each of us, and to take it at home, at work, learn the lessons, thank everybody, thank our families, thank our colleagues, thank our managers, thank our shareholders, and our partners, our customers. Thank you very much. Have the rest of the Thanksgiving Day blessed, and see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.